the SCP stream. And Twitch is being a shit already. Yeah, I had to start OBS 2 or 3 times before it actually got my Twitch information. Yes, that's worrying. Add to the fact that I was trying to load up Twitch to do something on the fly, and it was taking for fucking ever. Let's see. Okay, Pokey has already popped in a SCP request. I'll add that to the list. I mean, to be fair, I saw it come up and I just went and A, opened it up, and B, added it to the list anyway. So we are good on that. Is that it? No, that's it. That's the one we're wanting. Random SCP 2316. There we are. So yeah. This is the 4th time I've done this. I still feel like there's so much of the SCP universe that I just don't know. It just goes completely over my head. But I'm pretty sure that's the same for most people, so yay. I know more than I did. I know more than I did going to the first one, so there's that. Oh. And also, I haven't forgotten about what I mentioned some time ago, saying that I would go back over all the old ones I've read and then video them and put them up on YouTube as a stream archive. I do intend to do that. I'm not sure when, because I need to basically find a chunk of time in the day where I can sit down and read vocally 9 SCPs in a row, because that's what these sessions have been. Well, session 1 and 2 have been 9 SCPs each. Session 3 was only 7, but that has quite a few long ones in it, as I recall. But without further ado, let's get stuck in. I think I've got everything set up. Let me know if anything doesn't seem right. As you know, outside of the fact that it's SCP, nothing's completely right here. Do a quick catch up on chat and then we will go in. I was about to do the point up thing, but chat's all the way over there rather than here, so I can't really. Hello, welcome, Pokey. I have no idea why, but Twitch Auto Mod caught 2316 as race or ethnicity. Ethnicity. I thought, what? Hello, welcome there. Come on, Twitch, give me points already. Further evidence of Twitch being an arse. Hello, welcome, Dorian. Intriguing. Hello, welcome, DJ. And with another SCP. Let me just double check it. Really wish it wouldn't do that. Yep, that's good. SCP 3973. Okay, yeah, so I'll do what I did previously. I'm remembering how I did these. I will accept and complete the SCPs as I start reading them, so that if I don't get around to them, I can refund the points. Pokey recommends reading the footnotes as they come up for 2316. Okay, that's not something I do usually, but I will in this instance because it's been recommended. In fact, as you probably may have noticed, I don't read the footnotes in general. And why do I have notifications? Oh, okay. Right. I'll just make it because the numbers correlate to the letters W and P. Oh! Well, I learned a thing then. Fair. You don't get it? It's a white supremacist saying, basically, white power, which it's a thing used by the KKK, I think, as well. It's kind of shitty. I'm very surprised that that was keyed into auto mod. which means it's come up before. But yay, human beings are trash in some respects. So, let's get on with reading some SCPs to get away from the human garbage pile. You had to Google it. Oh, I'm glad that's not common knowledge. I don't want to suddenly wonder why I'm seeing a load of 2316 is coming up in hate raids and all that kind of thing. Now I know. I'm already noticing something weird about this. Something unsettlingly weird. Anyway, Owl House? Owl House, what? You're 100% king. Good for you? The cartoon. Just talk about the chat. That provides slightly more context. Slightly. Just going to finish this cup of drink and then I'm going to get onto this one. It's nearly done. It's getting cold. Meanwhile, get my water bottle up. Oh! This is a GD Cactus SCP, by the way. Oh, fun. Oh, fun. So I watched the first episode, so I've been watching Pirates of the Caribbean. Gives little demon shit within the bowling complex and the heart of gold. Ha! Thought she would change the subject. Fair. It worked. Been surrounded by weird noises today. Right. Here we go. By order of the Overseer Council, the following file describes a Cater-class anomalous cognito hazard and is level 4/2316 classified. Unauthorized access is forbidden. 2316. That's already weird. Item number 2316, level 4 secret, containment class, Cater, disruption class, Kennek, risk class, danger. Cognito hazard warning. The following file contains images and text that are carriers for anomalous cognito hazard influences. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. Due to this, it is imperative that all personnel accessing this file be certified as having a cognitive resistance value of no less than 14.5. Should you fail an automated CRV verification, please remain calm and do not move. A member of your site's medical staff will be with you shortly. Highlight below cognito has a warning. They've been waiting for a long time. Oh, great. It's one of these ones. Oh, great. Thinking person, yes, 100% to him. Cute little doing. Nice. Please repeat the following phrase slowly and clearly into your terminal microphone. I do not recognize the bodies in the water. Adjusted tonal variance processor. Processing complete. Results displayed below. Verification complete. User CRV is within acceptable limits. Special containment procedures. Under no circumstances are Foundation personnel to approach SCP-2316. Observation of SCP-2316 must only be carried out remotely by remote dummy probes utilizing video and audio recording equipment. Only those personnel adequately rated for exposure to cognitohazardous anomalies may review footage and audio of SCP-2316. The lake in which 2316 is located has been quarantined and fenced off, and is to be routinely patrolled by individuals who have not been exposed to 2316, and have no prior knowledge of its characteristics. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. Individuals who attempt to bypass the enforced quarantines must be apprehended and moved to Site-33 for a full cognitive influence screening. Individuals who come within 50 meters of the lake containing SCP-2316 are to be considered lost. Please repeat the following phrase slowly and clearly into your terminal microphone. I do not recognize the bodies in the water. By adjusted tonal variance processor. Processing complete. Verification complete. Description. SCP-2316 is the designation for an anomalous phenomenon existing within Lake Redacted, within Redacted County, Redacted. SCP-2316 manifests as a group of human corpses floating in a small group of at the surface of the water. The identities of these corpses are cognito hazard removed, automated change unknown. The DNA testing has been inconclusive. Check the footnote. Oh, there we are. Footnote 1. Due to the nature of SCP-2316, it is uncertain how many individual corpses exist within the group. The number is currently estimated at 45, but has been estimated as high as 200 or more. Oh! I've got to keep my eye out for those. While SCP-2316 appears to be individual instances, it is theorized that SCP-2316 may instead be an entity composed of a collective consciousness. Individual instances of SCP-2316 do not act on their own, but do seem to be able to act collectively as a single unit. Footnote, I know who they are. I know their names, each and every one of them. Don't you? The individual instances of SCP-2316 are... Footnote. Jeremiah Feynman, Arthur Scott, Denise Clark, Heart Cognito Hazard removed, automated message, edit locked. Unrecognizable, and you do not recognize the bodies in the water. SCP-2316 hosts a powerful cognito-hazardous effect, causing those who have viewed SCP-2316 are aware of certain parts of its nature, or who were involved in the cognito-hazard removed. Excuse me. Automated message, invalid. To believe that individual instances of SCP-2316 are human beings they recognize, typically from their childhood. Footnote. They're lying. They know damn well who they are. The cognito hazard is real, but it's just their way of crying for help, of letting people know who they are, who they were. Born, hello and welcome. Does Snoopy dance? Oh, it's story time. Yes, it's story time. Alright, it's story time. Yep. Attempting to come into contact with SCP-2316 instances by way of entering Lake Redacted, or touching an instance of SCP-2316, will cause other instances of SCP-2316 to appear. You do not recognize the bodies in the water. The additional instances only serve to reinforce and add to the strength of the cognito hazard. Footnote. How can you not recognize the bodies in the water? Compelling affected individuals into the lake. Individuals who enter the lake in this way are lost, and to date none have been recovered. Addendum 2316.1 Interview. Data expunged. Footnote. They don't want to show you, but I will. Below. Oh. There's a little highlights bit under data expunged. You need to see this. They were your friends. Error. Unrecognized user. Please log into view. Garbage. Verification com is within acceptable. Let me show you their faces. Oh, this is getting weird already. I found a hidden part. Thanks to knowing how these things can be in the footnote. Yeah, I see why you said it. Begin log. Dr. Harrison, did you ever feel compelled to enter the water, like something was pulling you in? Redacted. What? No, of course not. There's nothing wrong with them. They didn't drag me in. I saw them in the water and went in myself. I needed to see them. I wanted to hear what they were saying. They're my friends. When you entered the water, what did you see? Faces. My friends. Faces I recognise. Some I didn't, but they became more familiar as I saw them. I know them my whole life, but there's something wrong with them. There's a link to Days Gone By there. Prelude first, but oh, great. Prelude first bell. Ooh, yeah. Footnote? Oh yeah, there's a footnote under after when you enter the water. What did you see? You do not recognise the bodies in the water. Okay, Jones, the great secret fire. Just got the main hub in Immortals, so I thought it was a good time to take a break. Joining then go to RPG, and Immortals is Greek myth, or RPG is Greek myth. You have the thematic break, so I'll be surprised if one of the SCP is linked to Greek myth. Most likely. Wrong with them. Like the face of someone you see in a dream, where you can't remember it right. There's something wrong, and the way they were speaking, Speaking? No, that's impossible. They're simply not moving their mouths, but I could hear them, asking for help. They told me who they were. They told me you knew who they were. That you... Enough of that. Your colleagues have coming to the cognito hazard. We need to get you any medical attention, Agent. If you would, get your hands off me. I know all their names, Harrison. I heard them speaking to me. Every single one. All it takes is one person to see them and tell people, and they'll know what you've been trying to hide. Kirk Longwood High School, class of... Subdue them. Get them out of here. Take them to amnestics. And turn that goddamn recorder off. End log. So that's a link to SCP-1833. Pokey, should I read SCP-1833 now, or should I, put that on a list for later? Okay, if I want. Okay, very quick break to, read SCP-1833. Kelly, hello and welcome. Item number, SCP-1833. Object class, safe. Yes, Kelly? Either that's a double message, or you're trying to get my attention for something. I'll continue. Special containment procedures. SCP. Oh, losing travel ban for November. Nice. And watch that go right back in place again. But we'll see. It's good news though, and hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully. SCP-1833 is to be contained in a standard containment locker located in Site 77's safe SCP wing. No personnel other than Class D personnel are authorized to handle SCP-1833. Description: SCP-1833 is a copy of the 1976 edition redacted high school yearbook. Its appearance is consistent with other copies of the book and appears to have normal wear for object of its age. The yearbook is entitled Reflections of 76. It is hardcover. It contains exactly 50 pages. The book is divided into 5 sections: a collection of student photographs, photographs from around the school year, club photos, photos from the athletic events, and an autograph section. When SCP-1833 is read by any person who has graduated from the high school, the object's enormous effect will initiate. The individual hereafter referred to as the subject, who reads SCP-1833, will perceive it as their own high school yearbook, containing messages left by persons with whom they associated socially during their high school years. Initially, these photographs and messages will be positive, with encouraging comments written in the book's margin, often mentioning events which invoke positive feelings in the subject. However, after approximately 10 pages are read, the messages will begin to become more negative in tone. Initially, they will recount events that occurred during high school for which the subject feels embarrassment or remorse. Then they will begin to mention events from the subject's life that occurred after completing high school, and will make personal attacks on the subject. In addition, the photographs depicted in the book will become more negative, with the persons depicted in the photographs often appearing to be heavily deformed. After an indeterminate number of pages have been read, ranging from 20 to 30 pages, photographs of the subject will begin to appear in the book. Initially, these photographs will depict embarrassing events that occurred during the subject's time in high school. However, as the subject progresses through the book, the photos will become more disturbing, with photographs of the subject committing crimes, being mutilated, and being harmed by other persons, depicted in SCP-1833 being the most commonly reported images. Examples of images depicted in SCP-1833. Page 3. Beginning of 1833's content. Several students, including the subject, are depicted in candid photographs taken during the school year. All persons depicted in the photographs appear smiling, and the subject is pictured socializing with a large group of attractive students. Page 10. See, at that point I'd already be iffy. It's like, that didn't happen for me. Page 10. Subject appears to be giving a presentation to a class. The topic of this presentation varies between subjects, but students observing appear engaged and interested. Page 16. First instance of negative imagery. Subject appears to be spilling a lunch tray onto several other students. Oof. Page 20. Subject appears in a goalie uniform, lying in the grass as the opposing team scores a goal. A marching band is visible in the background. Which links to SCP-332. Page 29. First instance of violent imagery. Subject appears to be in a nervous office with several abrasion wounds on the face and neck. Page 36. Subject appears in a music club photograph. which links to SCP-814. However, the other members have congregated to the far side of the photo and appear to be jeering and throwing things at the subject. Page 39. The subject appears to be sleeping in its bedroom and is surrounded by other persons depicted in the yearbook. These persons have grossly mutilated facial features and are looking directly at the viewer. Back cover. Handwritten message saying, "We've had a great year, haven't we? Don't worry about waiting for the reunion. I'm sure we'll see each other soon enough." Which links back to 2316. Lots of love from all of your best friends. I just got genuine chills from reading that. Like actual goosebumps on my arm. Fucking hell. Some real spooky shit. Please repeat the following phrase slowly and clearly into your terminal microphone. I do not recognise the bodies in the water. And there's a hidden bit under it this time. I recognise the bodies in the water. Right, adjusted tonal variance processor. Processing complete. Verification incomplete. User CRV is not within acceptable limits. User CRV influenced by active cognito hazards. Please stay still. A member of your staff's medical staff will be with you shortly. Terminal lockout. Addendum to 316. Invalid entry. Oh. And hidden in that, below, with a little hidden clicker. Terminal allo. Clicking that link just locks the terminal again. We have special Halloween SCP reading. Could do, yeah. You don't have a lot of time. You'll need to get away quickly. Go back to the lake, go into the water, look into their eyes. It's your friends, your classmates. You took the trip to the lake in the fall of 75, together when you were young. Don't you remember? Look into their eyes. I know you can hear them talking to you, just like they talk to me. Don't let them tell you it's just a cognito hazard. This was their fault. They caused this. We were all innocent kids, don't you remember? And you just got away, you and I. The rest of them are at the bottom of the lake, waiting for us to go back to them and be whole together again. They want us to know. They want us to remember. Wake up, goddammit. Remember the fall of 75, the year we were supposed to graduate. Don't let them make you forget. They're calling to you. Can't you hear them? 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 Look into their eyes. Can't you hear them? I know you can. Oh, there's a footnote. We didn't know what was in the lake. Oh, good God, that's a long one. That's a really long one. We didn't know what was in the lake. The Foundation didn't try and save us. They watched it and let it happen. Nobody stopped them. You do not recognise the bodies in the water. You do not recognise the bodies in the water. And that's just repeated over and over again of you do not recognise the bodies in the water. I know you can. Can't you hear them? They're waiting for you. We were there with them. Go back to the lake. Which links me to not fade away. That's a long one. Wow. The old water tower on the outskirts of this shit-heeled town has been derelict for ages. It's amazing they haven't torn the thing down yet. I reach up for the next rung, which groans in response to the unexpected weight, before snapping off entirely. I manage to catch myself at the last second, but my GoPro isn't so lucky. It makes a soft plop in the snow below. Well, there goes my perfect fucking selfie. It's a close call though. I take a second to catch my breath before I steel my nerves and continue my ascent. Can't turn back now. Stick to the plan. You're going to be remembered for this. I clamber onto the platform. I'm greeted with an oversized grin, the rival school's idiotic mascot. Its face is weathered and peeling. Good thing he's about to get a brand new paint job. Now all I need to do is decide exactly how many dicks I should add. Time to get to work. Just one more over here. Oh, let's have one splooging all over it. Pink? The fuck did I think I was going to do with pink paint? Give him some missing teeth. He'll look just like these inbred jackoffs. A little bit more, and done. I stand back and admire my creation in all its glory. In just a few hours, people will wake up to their beloved avatar being assaulted by a group of floating penises, as if it were their start of a haunted bukkake. Now all I need is to snap some pics for the guy to prove that yes, I am that fucking badass. I whip out my cell and get to work lamenting the fact that I can't post this online. If only so I can hashtag Dicasso. Dicasso. Oh my fucking god. Wow. It's a good time as any for a smoke. I spark one and look over at the woods that surround the town. Last night's snowfall blanketed the landscape, leaving a pristine coat of white that went on for miles. I could see the lake off in the distance. From my vantage point I could clearly see over the privacy fence that encircles it. As the early morning fog began to dissipate, I could even see the water surface and... what the fuck is that? Can you see that out there? I clap my hands around my eyes, as if make-believe binoculars could somehow improve my vision, and lean out over the railing. There's definitely something bobbing about the surface. Fuck, it looks like there's someone out there. That can't be right. It is. They closed the lake off ages ago. To keep it hidden. Something about an undertow? Lies. Fuck. Well, it's not my problem if some random nobody gets himself killed. They're closer to you than you'd think. As much as I want to turn away, I can't, because you want to know the truth. I'm frozen to the spot, precariously hanging over the railing. There's something about them, something familiar. Don't you remember? The redhead. Katie Lawson. We met in home ec class. She was always so patient and caring. She still cares. Took a trip with me and several of my classmates over the summer to check out the new space mountain. We shared our first kiss during the fireworks display on that third night. I made some dumb promises I knew I couldn't keep. There's still time. Doug Gardner. A total blast how around. Always wanted to tag along on his misadventures. He didn't want to be all alone. We got caught sneaking in to see Jaws. I managed to get away before the cops showed up. He wasn't so lucky. Never sold me out either. And risk losing you. He always had my back. Don't let him down. Ben Ward. Lived across the street from our entire lives. He's been there the whole time. I could never ask for a better friend, and he, you. We began drifting apart once he started getting pretty deep into his schoolwork. He was scared of what you might think. Every once in a while he stopped by, just to chill, because he missed you. Don't you miss him too? Last time we talked when he treated me to Queen's show back at the Paramount in April. I fall backwards, reeling from a mix of vertigo from the height, lightheadedness from the cigarette, and a sudden splitting migraine. I press my palms into my eyes, trying to get my head straight. I can't even focus on myself now. There's people down there. They need my help. Without even bothering to clean my evidence, I'll be back for it. I drop the ladder and begin climbing down. God, that's supposed to be recommended SCP somehow. True. It's a quiet ride on my bike up the path that leads the lake, and a crunchy one for the last mile or so. The only sound other than me plodding through the snow, the occasional gusts of wind screaming through the trees. No, not the wind. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Danger, drowning hazard, area is off limits. Little signs like this were posted everywhere. It's to keep you out. It's to keep the truth hidden. I disregard them and trek on. I can't abandon my friends now. It's funny, even though the sun is coming up, it seems to be getting colder. It's always cold. That's why they need you. Barbed wire. Fuck, that's right. How am I supposed to get over this? Over there. Wait a minute. That bush. Almost. Looks like there's a hole behind it, going right under the fence. Please. On my hands and knees, I crawl through. I can see it now. Can you see them? Can you see them? Can you see us? Can you see them? They can see you. We can. We can see. See you. It's, dear God, will you help us? Do you remember us? Do you remember us? Me? Us? How could you forget? After everything. Don't you remember us? It's everyone I know. Every one of you. All my friends. My family. Still others I don't recall in full. You shouldn't be here. Why? How can this be? I have to get you out of here. I won't let this go on. The freezing water is around my ankles now. With each step I can feel the ground below getting further away, up to my thighs. I'm already shivering. My heart begins to drop. Something's wrong. Help us, please. Only you. What about all those years? Was it all for nothing? You promised. Always looking out for you. We need you. Remember us? You promised. I'm slowly moving out towards them. I can help. It doesn't have to be this way. We can all make it out of here. Up to my chest. I can't shake the creeping dread from being in such deep water. When I was a child, an ill-advised cannonball sent me plummeting to the bottom of my uncle's pool. I freaked. I couldn't move. I flared about in a panic, trying desperately to gain vertical ground to no avail. I thought I was going to die. Someone got down in time to fish me out, but ever since then, I've had a horrible phobia of water. In fact, I've never actually learned how to swim. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. There's always time. Don't turn back. Don't leave us here. Please. You promised. Up to my neck. It's too late now. I can't find the bottom. I can't gain a footing. I'm choking on the water. I'm starting to flail again. It's alright. We've waited so long. You won't turn your back on us. We could have been so much. Done so much. All gone. Wasted. In their arms now. I can see their faces. I recognise all of them. I know all of them. We're finally together. They've been waiting for me for so long. How could I have forgotten? Forgotten? Why would they do that to us? How could they? They can't do that. They can't leave us here. You can't leave me here. Don't forget me. And that leads back into 2316. Well, shit. That's woohoo. That was one hell of an opener. That really was one hell of an opener. I didn't realise I forgot to change that. Oh well. I've seen the one that you've put in near. I've added that to the list. So we will change that on. Can't find mine. I love Poe's little victorious noise there. Right, let's pull up the next one, which is going to be 3973. Would you like to re-roll? Oh, that's going to be fun already, I can tell. I've heard about this one. Just from the image, I've heard about it. Not actually, don't think I've actually read it, but I've heard about it. Or at least, you know, looked at the front page. Right, okay, so what's going to be? So current SCP is 3973. Next SCP is 3313. Excuse me. Brother, I am pinned here. Oh my god. Get the flamer. The heavy flamer. I'm added from Pokey, SCP 4182. And Nia comes up with a random quote. It gets huge loaf. Huge loaf. SCP-3973. Object class. Safe. Special containment procedures. This paragraph's stricken out. SCP-3973 is to be kept in a locked box and placed inside of a standard anomalous item locker in the Site-16 storage room. Testing is approved for and staff level 2 or higher. Staff who wish to test SCP-3973 must make an entry in the logbook located near Site-16 storage room. End of the stricken out text. Damn, I was hoping for the heavy nyan. Oh my good god. I forgot that's a flight. That's actually one of the quotes in there. Brother, get the nyan. The heavy nyan. Following interview 3973-1 and Dr. Harpy's request, SCP-3973's containment procedures are to be changed. 3973 is to be kept in a locked 30 by 30 by 30 cm acrylic glass box in Site-16's Anomalous Item Research Lab 104. And Pokey brings up the quote that shall not be named. I love the fact that I've got them all over here. So I can't even protect you, shield you from what's actually being said. It's just there. And there's Gastric Ragnarok. The scenery inside of the glass box should be changed once a month as an incentive for SCP-3973 to continue to comply with interviews. The scenery may be changed by adding more miniatures, plastic foliage, sand or plastic rocks. These have been provided by Dr. Harpy and can be found in a labelled box on the Site-16 break room. Staff who wish to test or interview 3973 must have a security clearance of level 2 or higher and receive permission from Dr. Harpy first. Just want to check something. No, I have not read this. Stream-wise, I have not read this. Okay. It's very familiar. To say it still makes you chuck every time you read it. It's amazing. Oh, it is. Every time I read that SCP in general, it just makes me laugh out loud so much. I'm looking forward to when I actually get to doing the videos for these, and the first stream ends with that magnificent masterpiece. It's gonna be amazing. Description: SCP-3973 is a standard miniature from the tabletop wargame Warhammer 40,000. Footnote: model, paint scheme and paint type all indicate that it comes from the Space Marine Plus paint set. The paint scheme and characteristics such as the inverted Omega symbol identified as part of the Ultramarines chapter. The object is physically unremarkable, being composed of plastic and reaching a height of about 3.3 cm. SCP-3973 is covered in layers of redacted brand model paint. Probably to avoid copyright, but it's Citadel. It's got to be Citadel, unless it's something weird. Ultra Smurfs go. I hate the Ultra Smurfs. Fuck me with a meteorite shard. I'm not sure where that one came from. The object's only apparent anomalous property is an influence over the outcome of dice rolls within a 50 cm radius caused by unknown means. When it was originally contained, all dice rolled within a 50 cm radius of SCP-3973 always landed with the lowest side facing up. Due to this, 3973 was originally classified as an anomalous item and denied full SCP classification. For a total of redacted months, 3973 was kept in storage on one of Site 16's anomalous item lockers. During one of Site 16's routine anomalous checks, incident 3973-FC occurred. See below for details. If you're into go, what the fuck, here is kind of the horrifying kind. Yeah, usually. The following is an excerpt from the log of Dr. Harpy. At the time, Dr. Harpy was performing routine anomaly checks on multiple items from Site 16's anomalous items department. A tabletop item description: a tabletop wargame miniature that influenced dice rolls within a 50 cm radius to land with the lower side facing up. Date of recovery: 2-9 redacted. Location recovery: redacted. Current status: a standard anomalous item locker in Site 16. Testing materials: 1 US quarter, 1 4-sided die, 1 6-sided die, 1 8-sided die, 1 10-sided die, 1 12-sided die, and 1 20-sided die. Test 1. Procedure: 1 US quarter is flipped within the item area of effect. Results: the quarter lands vertically on its side. Test repeated 5 times with the same result. Oh my god, Nia, you found it. Brother, give me the nya. The heavy nya. And this is why Mal did really good work in cataloguing all of them. Yeah, thanks to Mal's list. For brevity, tests 2 through 6 have been excluded. Procedure included rolling each die multiple sides, and the test results in this die landing with the one side facing up. Test 7. Procedure: an impromptu test after accidentally knocking multiple dice into the object's area of effect. A total of 6 dice were rolled in the 50 cm area. Haven't we had the magic D&D dice one in the past? That's why I'm thinking it sounds familiar, but I'm looking at my list of SCPs that I've read, and it's not showing up there. Oh wait, nope, there it is! I completely missed it. Yeah, I have read this one before. This was the third one read in the second stream. Yeah, we've read this one before. Well, bollocks. Sorry about that, DJ. Tell you what, I will refund your points for the Bone Hive one, and we'll continue the Bone Hive one as, an actual SCP, because I know I have not read that one. So yeah, sorry about that. We'll just take that out of the queue and go on to the next one. Next one after that is 4182. We need to just double check on these. 3313. No, that's not showing up in my list. 4182. Not 4. Yeah, so I only found that one that I've got in the queue now. Okay. I was wondering why it seemed familiar. I thought it was because I read it on my own time. copy. Hello and welcome. Let's just bring up the next one. 3313. Poor Richard. Oh dear. Just woke up from a nap. No problem at all. Oh dear. This isn't going to be good. Oh wait, no, this is one of Nia's ones. This is going to be funny. Oh, this is the one that Nia wrote penis next to. You'll be good with penis. How do you get dick from Richard? You ask him nicely. Item number SCP-3313. Object class Cater. Special containment procedures. SCP-3313 is, once recovered, to be kept in a high-value containment chamber on floor 46 of Site 88. This chamber should utilise at least 2 of the extant overlapping Scranton reality anchor fields on that floor to suppress the reality-altering effects of SCP-3313. That's worrying. Individuals are not allowed to come into direct physical contact with 3313. As my shoulder, weirdly enough, it's okay. Like, for most of the time after stream yesterday, up until now, I've not really had any pain. So, hopefully it stays that way. Until recovered, communications from any national or private space programs or orbital assets are to be reviewed by Mobile Task Force Kappa 12, the French courtiers. Oh my good god. For information regarding 3313, any information recovered in this manner is to be utilised in locating and recovering 3313. 3313-1 is, once recovered, to be kept in a standard humanoid containment cell at Site 19. Description: SCP-3313 is the severed penis of Benjamin Franklin. What the fuck? I was not prepared for that. Wow. Hereby referred to as 3313-1. Despite having no biological support system, 3313 appears resistant to both damage and decay. When in physical contact with any individual, 3313 provides that individual with reality-altering capabilities roughly analogous with that of a Class 2 reality-altering entity. Oh my good god, it's a magic penis! Wow! He told me twice of the penis. Yeah, I'm just, never sure of the context. Torian added it as a quote. You fool, you fell for the plunder. The words you never thought I would hear or type. I know, right? Same. Oh my god. 3313's provided reality-altering capabilities are vocal in nature, and individuals incapable of verbally communicating out requests are believed to be incapable of utilising the object in this manner. Requests made by individuals in physical contact with 3313 are, when within 3313's capacity to grant, fulfilled immediately. These requests are generally fulfilled in an exact and literal manner. It's a monkey paw penis! The fuck? Speak to the magic penis to give you power. It's a fucking monkey paw penis. Another thing that I never thought I would say in my entire life. Monkey paw penis. And it's weird because it flows off the tongue so naturally. 3313 was recovered as a part of a previously unknown collection of 3313-1's personal effects from his time in Paris, France. The object's anomalous properties were immediately discovered once the object itself was identified. Foundation DNA testing confirmed the object belonged to either a close relative of 3313-1 or SCP-3313-1 itself. Incident Omega-54, however, has provided enough context to conclude that 3313 was in fact 3313-1's penis. Didn't think I heard after waking up. Same. Incident Omega-54 documentation relating to SCP-3313. On July 3rd, 2017, the Chaos Insurgency completed a ritual to resurrect several of the United States Founding Fathers in an effort to complete a coup of the US government. Included in this ritual were George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, and SCP-3313-1. Current dossiers recovered by the SCP Foundation indicate that in addition to various anomalous properties possessed by the 5 individuals, 3313-1 possess no penis. It's just when penis just sneaks up in it. Now I know how people feel when I just go, penis. Have random parts during the streams. Chaos Insurgency, the Mad Lads. Yeah. Further information on these anomalous properties may be found in document Omega 54-J. There's no link to that. Do you though? Apparently, all 5 individuals escaped Chaos Insurgency custody by July the 6th, and are currently at large. Prior to this incident, 3313 was kept in a standard containment chamber in the low-value containment division of Site-88. On July the 9th, 3313-1 gained access to Site-88's low-value containment division and was allowed to come into contact with 3313. The methods by which this was achieved are still unknown, and audio records of the incident are not available. 4 seconds after physical contact was achieved, 3313 began to generate thrust in a similar manner to that of a chemical rocket engine, and both 3313 and 3313 escaped the site upwards. Penis granting rocket powers now. I suddenly amuse my childish moment whenever I hear stroke with faint tears. Same. Oh. There's the big one, 1730. Oh my god. Oh. And Warpen, and welcome. You arrived to laughter. You arrived to me reading an SCP about Benjamin Franklin's severed penis. And it just... I've got to reread this last section and try and do it without breaking down into laughter again, just for effect. 4 seconds after physical contact was achieved, SCP-3313 began to generate thrust in a similar manner to that of a chemical rocket engine, and both 3313 and 3313-1 escaped the site upwards. The escape damaged all 8 of the above floors, though SCP-3313-1 appears to have avoided physical harm. Current calculations indicate that 3313 and 3313-1's acceleration was insufficient to gain true escape velocity, though the parabola will take several months to complete. The projected land location is currently unknown. Benjamin Franklin got revived, went and got his penis, then achieved orbit! What the actual fuck? I want to save it for last since again it's massive. Will do, Pokey. Thank you. Oh my god, that was a fucking trip in a good way as well. Oh. So it's BSPs. In the voice of the Scottish engineer Chicken from Chicken Run. Skyping is Starfucker. Oh my god. Wow. Oh god, right. Now on to the next one. Oh Jesus Christ. So we're on series 5, 4182. 4182. There is no Site 5. Oh Christ. This one's already gonna be a weird one. I can tell because Pokey suggested it. Just want to double check. I'm very certain that Pokey keeps a much better record than I do. But yeah, okay. 1730 has not been read already. Good, good, good. Can take it once again on the win. No problem at all, Nia. I mean, you know, I'm sure there's other people here as well who will quite happily donate points to aid in the hilarity inducement. Inducement is apparently a word. What's a word that I said? Anyway, Altorian's offering points. So if you have a hilarious one that you'd like to add, feel free. And they will add it into the queue for you. Lubricate my throat again with some coffee. Level 4/4182, classified. Item number SCP-4182, object class Cater. Special containment procedures. A Foundation operated bot, IO Silver. Oh my god. I love the names they give things in this. I really do. Is to review int SCP FN servers for files altered by 4182. These files are to be isolated and reported to the on-duty server administrator for review and sterilization. Personnel are to be reminded that there is no Site 5. Lube my throat. Description. 4182 is a phenomenon by which internal Foundation documents are periodically altered to include references to a non-existent site, Site 5. The mechanism by which this occurs has yet to be understood. Depictions of Site 5 are inconsistent but typically describe it as a man-made island constructed to store hazardous materials. Footnote, specifically a containment site for anomalous waste. Since its discovery in 2018, SCP-4182's rate of occurrence has been increasing exponentially. 404 internal server error. The server encountered an unexpected condition which prevented it from failing the request. Traceback, most recent call last. File, 4182 files display page. Line 551 in respond, table, open body, self-handler. File, line 24 in call return self-callable, self-args, self-quergus. File, error classic, in line 6 in index, raised, file not found, error, object. File not found error, error number 2, no such file directory, cam5, og. Note, this document has encountered an unexpected condition. Click here to restore the previous revision or contact your server administrator at jdavis@scpfoundation.int for more details. Restore previous revision. Note, you are viewing a previous iteration, 7.11.25 of this document. Information contained here may be inaccurate or obsolete. Please contact your server administrator, jdavis SCP Foundation int for more details. There's Nia's one. SCP 013-J. Thank you very much. Level 2/4182, classified. Object item number SCP-4182, object class Euclid. Special containment procedures. Personnel are to work with the JMSDF. Footnote. The Kaijo Jitai, or Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Force, and other naval and aeronautic authorities to enforce a 10km exclusion zone around 4182. Access is strictly prohibited. A Foundation operated bot, IO Silver, is to review int specifin and service for files affected by 4182. These files are to be isolated and reported to the on-duty service administrator for review and sterilization. Personnel are to be reminded there is no Site 5. Description. 4182 is a 6.4 hectare, which is 16 acre, artificial island located 75 km south of Iponsugi, Japan. Although no record of its construction exists, its configuration suggests it was built as a waste containment facility at some point in the early 20th century. Foundation documents will periodically identify 4182 as a non-existent site, Site 5. The mechanism by which this occurs has yet to be understood. All of 4182 structures were found sealed with reinforced acrylic plating. No further attempt to remove these plates or examine the interior of 4182 structures is to be made. Since its discovery in 2014, 4182's rate of occurrence has been increasing dramatically. 404 internal server error. Document is accounted the unexpected condition. Click here to restore from previous revision. Revision. Level 3/4182. Object class Euclid. Special containment procedures. Personnel are to work with the JMSDF and other naval and aeronautic authorities to enforce a 25km exclusion zone around 4182. There's your discovery changed. Did it? (2014) and originally 2018. Oh, originally discovered in 2018, then originally discovered in 2014. Ooh, okay. Keep missing these kind of things. This is why I need Pokey around. This is really why I need Pokey around for certain things, especially SCPs and NIA. to enforce a 25-kilometer exclusion zone around SCP-4182. All entrances and windows that provide access to 4182's interior have been welded shut via steel-reinforced acrylic plating coated in a graded Z laminate. Access is strictly prohibited. A Foundation-operated bot, IO Silver, is to review int SCP-FN servers for files affected by 4182. These files are to be isolated and reported to the on-duty server administrator for review and sterilization. Personnel to be reminded that there is no Site-5. Poke cells your brain cells, I kill them. You also tickle them as well, Nia. I want to call you Naya, which is very short to very almost Nio. Exclusion zone got bigger. Shit, yeah, it did. It was 16 acres. Oh no, it wasn't. That was the side of it. But yeah, it got bigger. Oh shit. Let's see brain cells near. I'm pretty sure Scoo's using my one. This is an older file. Oh yeah, it was 50, wasn't it? It was 50 in the previous one, before this iteration. Description: 4182 is a 6.4 hectare, 16-acre artificial island located 75 kilometers south of Iponsugi, Japan. Let me see, they say both. File kill the imaginary ones. Although no record of its construction exists, its configuration suggests it was built as a waste containment facility at some point of the earlier 20th century. For some reason they made it small and its year of discovery changed. Weird. Oh yeah, by the way, I finished Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I started Assassin's Creed Chronicles, and I'm not so sure I want to carry on with it or not. I'm waiting on that decision, and prepping things like getting the list of titles I need to install on my PS5 before I switch over to it. And I want to do a special debut PS5 stream at some point as well. Excuse me, so watch out for that. Back to this. So there's less things covering stuff after we got some newer iterations. Ooh. Foundation documents will periodically identify 4182 as a non-existent site, Site-5. The mechanism by which this occurs has yet to be understood. Several of 4182's now sealed structures contain stairwells plugged with concrete. Excavations of these stairwells led to the discovery of a massive subterranean complex located beneath 4182 containing a Redacted. No further excavations are to be made. Since its discovery in 2001, 4182's rate of recurrence has been increasing significantly. 404 internal server error. Restore previous version. This is from the 1992 file. Level 4, 418/4182. Object class Cater. Oh dear. Special containment procedures. Personnel to work with the JMSDF and other naval and aeronautical authorities to enforce a 50-kilometer exclusion zone around SCP-4182. That changed again. All stairwells leading to SCP-4182 subcomplex are to be sealed with approximately 2 meters of concrete composite, a formulation of cement, water and heavy weight aggregates that provide essential additional radiation shielding. Reinforced with steel, access is strictly prohibited. Got Assassin's Creed Odyssey, partly off our Greek-themed RPG and RGM enthusiasm, and also got the Ezio collection of Assassin's Creed games because it was cheap. Those are two very, very different games, to the point where I don't consider Assassin's Creed Odyssey to be an Assassin's Creed game. It's far too different. It's not an Assassin's Creed game in my opinion. It's an open world adventure game. It's not Assassin's Creed. A Foundation operated bot, IO Silver. My good god, that bot's had a very long amount of service. Is to review int SCP-FN servers for alterations made by personnel affected by 4182. These personnel to be isolated and reported to on-duty Foundation agents for review and sterilization. Personnel to be reminded there is no Site-5. That's a change. Previously it said they had no idea how it was happening. Now they're saying, it's, by personnel affected by 4182. The new iterations doesn't even bring up the site, but for some reason the site keeps coming up in documentation as if something wants to be found. I've just noticed there's an image here and it's actually moving slightly. That's kind of worrying. Live camera feed. Yeah, I just saw below Cam 5 live footage. It's depicting a group of skeletons, skeletal remains. It's very worrying. It's meant to. Is it meant to? Yes, it is. It's meant to be very unsettling. Description: 4182 is a 6.4 hectare, 16-acre artificial island located redacted kilometers redacted of redacted. Oh. Although no record of its construction exists, its configuration suggests it was built as a waste containment facility at some point in the early 20th century. Foundation personnel will periodically identify SCP-4182 as a non-existent site, Site 5. The mechanism by which this occurs has yet to be understood. Personnel affected by SCP-4182 will descend one of the several stairwells throughout the facility, proceeding to a massive subterranean complex that contains... That's a lot of redacted. Foundation did all this place found. Yeah. So as to make the bone zone JSCP. Wow. Despite extensive seismological and radiometric surveys, the depth of this subterranean complex has yet to be determined, but is in excess of several kilometers. In 1989, a medical examination of several hundred bodies recovered from SCP-4182 was conducted. In approximately 75% of cases, the internal morphology showed minor to severe deviations from topographical norms, typically concentrated in the central nervous system. The most common cause of death was intracerebral hemorrhaging, brought on by the rapid onset of liquefaction necrosis inside the brain. No further examinations are to be made. Since its discovery in 1986, 4182's rates of occurrence has been increasing. Document has received a recent revision. Oh. I got goosebumps again! Level 1/4182-EX. Object Class Explained. Special Containment Procedures. A Foundation-operated bot, IO Silver, is to review SCP-FN servers for references to Site 5. These files are to be isolated and reported to the on-duty server administrator for correction, rather than sterilization. Description: 4182 was a phenomenon by which internal Foundation documents were periodically altered to include references to a non-existent site, Site 5, initially attributed to an anomaly. This was later determined to have occurred because of an uncaught exception in SCP-FN source code. As of 2019, this error has been patched. 4182 is now designated as explained. Oh. There's a wall of nothing. You have one new message. From J. Davis, which is the administrator contact. Subject: they're lying. It's real. And there's a video/audio file which says see you there. Turn down volume. Will do. Well, I've got the volume on the player set low. Bear with me. Bear with me just 2 seconds. I'm going to get you all to be able to watch this as well. I'll do window capture. I'll do. No. I not screw it. Witnesses without my face for a bit. Air raid sirens always make me chilled. Always. I blame Silent Hill. What the fuck? Love how it was putting just like proper horror vibes. Yeah, that was... Whoa, that was really unsettling. Jesus. Whew. That's the end of that one, though. And more monsters. A night in a nuclear air raid bunker. Very dark. Yeah, I can imagine. What was that at the end? It was a pile of bodies. It looked like a pile of bodies. In fact, actually, let's see if I can... There you go. Oh, I need to actually get it back up. 1 second. There. That's the frame that was there just before the end. So yeah, somewhat on the unsettling side. Just a little bit. Yeah, it looks like bodies. That definitely looks like bodies to me. Well. Okay, next one up. We have 439. It's not on the... That one's on the list, but that's because that's the refund I did for DJ. Yep, yeah, it does. Ooh, Jesus. Okay, so change to 439. I was really waiting on either that live camera feed or that one, that body's, you know, something to jump at me. Thankfully it didn't, because I might have squealed. Thanks, Pokey, for the nightmares. Pokey does these really well. Pokey knows the real scary ones, and the really unsettling ones, and also the really well written ones. SCPs by series. 439. 439 Bonehive. Well, that's unsettling already. It's a picture of a skeleton with what looks like hardened flesh all over it. The Foundation finds something. This causes them to cover it up as much as they can. The Foundation finds something. This causes them to cover up something as they can. Foundation finds something. This causes them to cover up as much as they can. Foundation finds something. This causes them to cover up as much as they can. Yeah. So that's really cool. The story is, I mean, we like the recording noises. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Coffee. Take a moment to finish that because that's right on the cusp of being undrinkable for me. Ah. Anyone wants a dad joke? What do you call a blind deer? No idea. Thank you, Nia, for giving the jump scare that was lacking from there. Thank you. Whew. Right. Glad it worked. Just as Poppy was saying, there weren't any jump scares. Now there is. Leave the hydration reminder and warp. That's the first sip of water I've taken today. It's been coffee and hot squash before now. Item number SCP-439. Object class Euclid. Special containment procedures. Specimen is to be kept at Armed Research Site 45, Hazardous Lifeforms Wing, in a sealed, locked 38-litre Type G containment unit with connected oxygen supply. Specimen is to be fed through feeding tube 16A with approved nutritive substance XF. Handling is available to level 2 personnel and higher. Well, that's unsettling already. Thank you to Poppy and DJ for more hydration reminders. And to Pokey as well. Drink away Site 5. There is no Site 5. It's fine. I don't recognise the bodies in the water either. Description. SCP-439 is an insect of unknown origin, somewhat resembling a greyish semi-translucent Forficula auricularia, common earwig. Approximately 2.5 cm in length, originally located / obtained in mainland China in the Redacted province. No other specimen has been found as of yet. 439 is relatively harmless when encountered on safe terms, aside from the ability to deliver a firm, painful pinch with its abdominal forceps. The true hazard this creature possesses lies in its habitat construction and reproduction, which is initiated when the specimen enters the mouth of a sleeping human. This will only occur with humans. Other lifeforms have been presented to SCP-439 and have been uniformly rejected. Upon location of a suitable host, the specimen will hide itself in the immediate vicinity and wait until the victim has fallen asleep. How it is able to determine the state of sleep is unknown, but it has been shown to be accurate in data expunged times out of data expunged. Upon entering the mouth of the new host, 439 will travel down the trachea and take up residence in one of the victim's lungs. Well, this is going to make sleep difficult for me. In approximately 4 to 8 hours after awakening, the host will complain of chest pains and shortness of breath, followed shortly by abdominal cramping. The tightness in the chest will increase as well as a fever until the host is incapacitated. It is around this time that the onset of fibrodysplasia ossificans progressiva (FOP) occurs, a disorder that is normally genetic in nature that promotes growth of bone into muscle tissue. Since the production of new bone growth is so rapid, the procedure is also quite painful for the subject, with new bone spurs occasionally protruding through the flesh. While this is happening, the host will become compelled to seek shelter in a darkened enclosed space, such as inside household cabinetry, closets, or heating ductwork. Within the first 3 days without treatment, the host will become completely withdrawn and immobile due to extreme pain of new bone growth coupled with difficulty breathing. At this point, the subject's body will begin the final stage of transformation into a bone hive. Having concealed itself in its new home, the body of the host will huddle in a fetal position. Entire portions of the skeletal structure will shift along data expunged until the host body is roughly spherical in nature and reduced to 3/4 of its original size. Oh, the parasite does something similar, like it only affects fish. Little shit enters through the gills, replaces the tiny, eats away parts of the soft fit sheets, and nasty little shit. Oh, I know that one, yeah. Yeah, I know the one. Good old body horror. Ooh. Had to crack my knuckles out at the same time. Ugh. Welcome, hello, welcome. How are things going? Got lost in the game? Yes, yeah. We're going through some horrific SCPs. Are there pictures? No, there are no pictures. The only picture that exists is from what I assume to be a Google picture of a skeleton that has been affected by this, by the actual disease. Because it's got, it's a skeleton with actually, excessively more bone growth than is normal. There's no Site 5. Oh. New bone protrusions will continue to grow and, if possible, anchor the body permanently to its new location. The skeletal structure is almost completely unrecognisable, having been converted into a round cage to protect the internal organs and colony. At this point, transformation is complete. The original queen that entered the host will have produced 20 to 30,000 offspring that function as workers, drones and warriors in a typical insect hive hierarchy. Since only the queen is capable of reproduction, the rest of the hive's inhabitants are fortunately harmless, save for large strong abdominal forceps of the warriors. The interior of the original host is nearly unrecognisable as a human body. Certain organs are removed and used for food, while others are modified by the worker insects to serve as egg incubation chambers. An ingenious method exists of using the host's own digestive system to process pieces of organic materials collected by the warriors into a nutritive slurry that feeds both the colony and sustains the host's hive structure. Something the SP in a nutshell, Nero is like the bone shell in this cage. Wow! Wow! Wow, Woodgrim. Amazing. After 4 to 6 months, a new queen will emerge from within the ranks and choose a drone to mate with. At this point, the colony will destroy itself by rupturing data expunged, upon which the majority of the insects die. Workers and drones are unfit to survive outside the host hive, and warriors will abandon the site, wandering away. Their task complete. No food will be consumed by warriors that isn't nutritive slurry produced by the hive origin. The new queen will venture out, fertilised, to search for her own new hive. Incredibly, the trauma of evacuation is not what finally causes biological activity to cease in the hive, but starvation! Rupturing the penis. Oh my god. Addendum. In a particularly disturbing development, Dr. Redacted performed a range of experiments to determine the extent of damage to the host body after it has finished the transformation into a hive. Whilst it has been previously discovered in autopsy that portions of the brain are hollowed out to serve as food, others are left intact, presumably to regulate what bodily functions continue. During the last round of experimentation, Redacted took the opportunity to examine the hive at close range shortly after transformation. While the eyes are eventually reached and used as a food source, at the point Redacted performed her examination, they were still intact. Opening the eyelids and examining them with a flashlight, Redacted discovered that the host's eyes followed the beam. Experimentation was terminated as no further testing is scheduled. Oh Jesus, it got worse! Holy fuck! That's real horror material, that. Killing it with fire is not even close to expressing how much I want these things to be destroyed. Same! Jesus fuck! That's a big old nope for me. Exterminatus level containment on that one. Yep. Good taste to DJ for that one. Yeah, that was real fucked up. I like it. Kipper, go be a bone hive. Fuck off. Yeet! Had to. Right, next one is 013J. And with no other suggestions coming through at the moment, 1730 is going to be the last one at this rate and going to be closing it. Or what? Well, actually, to be fair, if I get through 1730 and there's still time afterwards, I'll just do random ones. So like if it both is sarcasms SCPs. Good god. Start that. Oh god, how the fuck do I find the J ones? Because they're not in the main series. I know they're not in the main ones. Are they in the tails? No, not in the tails. Library, okay. Tails? 173 is really big, not sure, but I think it might be as big as or bigger than when day breaks. Oh Jesus! Don't have more, but I feel like they're long term waiting for the next time we do this. Tell you what, I will pause redemptions on next SCP. I'll pause redemptions here, and we'll see where we are after 1730. If we have time after 1730, then I'll open it back up for more submissions. If not, then that's when we can end it. Another good one. That's very well written. I have yet to find a SCP that's been recommended by Pokey that has not been well written and is, you know, just awful in general. It is Pokey is a connoisseur of very good SCPs and very, very good stories and chilling ones. That's by all the tales by date. Series hub contents like that. I actually can't find it under library. Canons, is it? Can't be. It's not canon. No, because the J ones aren't canonical. Just give you shit both human and horse pictures. Yeah, you actually gave me one which is literally horse shit. I loved it. No, it's the international hub. Okay, if I go to... Let's go back to main. Oh, there we go. It was the link at the top. Never mind me. There we are. The Cuttlefish of Ultimate Wisdom. By the way. Yep, just found it. Oh, good God. Oh, good God. Everything else is there. Okay, we're all set. Enjoy. Item number SCP-013-J. Object class Euclid. Special containment procedures. The northern region of the Forest of Redacted, where 13-J is known to manifest, has been registered as a protected wildlife preserve and fenced off and labelled accordingly. Foundation agents posing as forest rangers are on hand to deter trespassers. A platform equipped with recording and transmitting equipment is in place, directly overlooking the space 013-J occupies when manifested. 013-J is to be approached by a Foundation field agent on a weekly basis, and the exchange is to be remotely observed and directed by at least one member of the O5 Council. Unless contradicted by the O5 Council member in question, all of SCP-013-J's demands and suggestions are to be met as soon as possible. Don't even look for any good ones. There have been something I really care for. Bad enough. The real things we have. Pokey. Honestly. Look for Pokey like... So if you want stuff that's it's essentially well, in some cases it's well written existential horror, or just just well written horror. Some of them are just really good reads, some of them are really wholesome, and some of them are just fucking funny. Absolutely hilarious. Like if you want a bit more of a definitive library on it, Widgren, this whole stream will be going up on YouTube. And I am going to be recording the ones I've done previously but not saved the VOD of, and uploading those to YouTube as well at some point. Poker recommends 3001, 5000 and 2935. I forget which one 3001 is, but 5000, 2935, yes. They are those two are very, very good. They're very long, but they're very good. 3000 is Red Reality. That would be why I don't remember it. It's very close to the beginning. It's like the second one I ever read. Yeah, that would be why. Sort of things like Red King is Ilk. No problem. No problem at all. One creepy thing I have an art list. One of them on the list is Bonehive. Oof. And they recommend 666.5-J, God is Dumb, and 3313. Nia does know some really funny ones. There's also if you want to laugh, please someone furnish Widgren with the SCP code for Rasputin. Interdimensional Strip Club. I remember that one. Yeah. I was going to say the Rasputin. It's such a short read, and it seems like this is what SCPs genuinely are until it gets to the very end, the last note. That's amazing. Right. Description. 013-J is an instance of Sepia officinalis, common cuttlefish. Unlike its non-anomalous counterparts, 013-J is 17 meters in length, hovers in the air while moving as an instance would while underwater, and speaks with a loud, high-pitched, echoing voice by unknown means. In addition, a bright golden light radiates seemingly from within 013-J. SCP-39992. Yeah, that's true. That's dumb, God. I'm pretty sure if you go onto Google and just type in SCP Rasputin, you'll get it immediately. 4680, that's Rasputin. Nice. Yeah. 013-J regularly refers to itself as the Cuttlefish of Ultimate Wisdom, and requires others to before it will interact with them. 013-J claims to be sensitive to future events and will share possible means of preventing upcoming disasters, while often refusing to relinquish details of the disasters themselves. 013-J speaks with an overly dramatic voice and often utilises alternations in volume, pauses and extended vowel sounds for dramatic emphasis. Foundation staff who has been deemed quick to anger are not to approach 013-J. You typed, oh, those Russians. Wow. As an old game quote I feel could be an SCP short. And as the throne of God since emptied, the shadows of dead gods wander the subconscious of men. I'm pretty sure actually he is an SCP or something like that. Below are the most recent recorded interactions with SCP-013-J. Incident 1739-B. Date redacted. Agent Archer, SCP-013, the Cuttlefish of Ultimate Wisdom. Cuttlefish of Ultimate Wisdom. Speak, mortal. I can't do the high-pitched voice, I'm afraid. I just can't. I've come to ask if you have any information regarding potential disasters in the future. Be warned! Be warned! Heed the Cuttlefish of Ultimate Wisdom. Disaster looms! Unless the President of Redacted makes tomorrow's commute on a pogo stick, society shall fall. Death shall hail from the sky. Death! A pogo stick? A pogo stick! A bolt of lightning strikes in the distance. Is there any other way we can? The Cuttlefish has spoken! 13-J dematerializes with a bright flash of light. Outcome. A social media campaign was launched detailing how President Redacted would be travelling to work on a pogo stick to raise awareness of depression. The President himself was compelled to comply with 013-J's demand by the use of drug-induced hypnosis. During the President's commute, a multi-car collision claimed the lives of redacted citizens. It was calculated that the President would also have been affected by the incident. It is unknown if 013-J knew the exact nature of the incident and could have easily provided a less conspicuous deterrent. A god-shaped hole. The barren desolation of a fallen followed creation. You see the light of long dead stars. Your resistance is nothing but an echo of a dying god's screams. The unseen converges, surrounds you, and it tightens like a noose. That just sounds like Hellpoint for some weird reason. Incident 1740-B. Date redacted. Step forwards, Timothy. My name is Leslie. What can the Cuttlefish of Ultimate Wisdom assist you with on this fine evening? It's 11 AM. But anyway, I've come for a report on future events. Death! Blackout's waited several seconds for 13-J to continue. Wiggins also said SCPs like SCP-1762 where dragons went. When you get decisions. Oh, good god, yeah. Death races for us in an attractive yet functional footwear, and unless Foundation Commander of Redacted greets all whom she interacts with her warmest of hugs, it shall come for her. Yeah, I've met Commander of Redacted. I think in her entire life she's gouged more people's eyeballs out with her bare hands than hugged. Hugs are all that will spare her soul. Really? It has to be hugs? Because after last time, it seems like 013-J continually makes the sound, getting steadily quieter as it fades from sight, completing the words hugs, seconds after disappearing entirely. There's so many sad SCPs, 50% SCPs are terror, 50% are laughter, and 50% depression. About that, yeah. Outcome. At the express order of 305 council members, Commander Redacted agreed to take the measures 13-J recommended to prevent her immediate death. 5 days after 013-J's prediction, Commander Redacted was deploying a squadron of agents to contain SCP Redacted by reluctantly hugging each of them in turn. When one agent tearfully considered how much he needed a hug, the agent went on to confess as being an undercover agent of the Chaos Insurgency and had been instructed to sabotage the mission, taking the lives of all agents present, including Commander Redacted. Moved by Commander Redacted's display of affection, the agent vowed to reconsider his life choices. Commander Redacted responded by executing him where he stood. Wow! Thematic for the Foundation, but still, wow. The Commissar response. Yep. Incident 1741-B. Date redacted. Agent Harris. Cuttlefish of Behold from Above! A beam of golden light descends from above the space directly between SCP-13-J and Agent Harris, and a 3-layer Victoria sponge cake on a plate slowly descends to a platform. It's a cake. The fondest of wishes for your birthday, Agent Patsy. My birthday is in July. Also, it's Harris. And yet in my home dimension, precisely 3 years and 4 hours have passed since the moment of your birth. Huh. How about that? I actually needed to ask you about the future. Feast on cake or doom shall come for us all! Wait, seriously? The cake is the thing? Consume the cake! At the approval of the monitoring O5 council member, Agent Harris began eating the cake. Harris, repulsed. Oh god, it tastes like fish! Fish is an invaluable source of protein and omega-3! There's whipped cream on it! Everything is better with whipped cream! What the fuck? Fish cake with whipped cream? What the fuck? At the order of the O5 council member, Agent Harris reluctantly eats the remainder of the cake over the course of half an hour. Agent Harris, nauseously, how on earth did that accomplish anything? A world without cakes has been evaded. Are you serious? Is that the only reason I just ate a fucking fish sponge cake? Cake for everyone! Identical cakes began appearing in the same way at every Foundation site on the planet, regardless of secrecy, and NASA revealed the cakes to be made almost entirely out of halibut. Outcome. It is reluctantly decided that SCP-013-J's suggestions will continue to be taken seriously and its orders followed until it ceases to be a valuable asset to the Foundation. Mr. Cuttlefish, what do you expect? True. Agent Ryu, I need you to scratch your nose. Obama is silent for a moment. Obama, scratch my nose. Scratch my... Obama pauses, looks at Agent Ryu with a confused facial expression. Wait a minute. Did you call me while... Agent Ryu draws his gun. Scratch your fucking nose, Obama. Obama scratches his nose. Confused Cuttlefish. Because Twitch crashed into the fish is a god. The fish is kind of a god. It seems like it is. Incident 1742B. Date redacted. Agent Griffiths. SCP. Cuttlefish of Ultimate Wisdom. Right. Ultimate Wisdom! Cuttlefish of Ultimate Wisdom, yes. I've come for your report on future events. Senior Foundation Officer Spencer is in peril. Grave peril! And by any chance you know of a way to save him, which also completely unnecessarily makes him look like an idiot. Anyone who witnesses Officer Spencer must hurl with all their might, whatever it is they are holding, at the good officer's face! Yeah, why not? Conclusion. For the following 2 weeks, Foundation staff comply with SCP-013-J's instructions, throwing mostly food and stationery at Officer Spencer until he is injured by a trainee transporting an anomalous typewriter. During Officer Spencer's time in the on-site medical facility, Foundation doctors discovered a tumour forming in his brain and ultimately removed it without incident. Oh my god. Reminds you of the Wisdom Wolf at the same time. Final incident report. 1743B. Date redacted. Oh, sweet Jesus. Agent Williams. Cuttlefish of old. Williams asked for waiting several seconds. I'm sorry, was that an instructor or the foul hand of evil has made its way even to this very sanctuary? Has it? Agent Jennifer Walker! I'm clearly a man. Remove your trousers or you will doom us all to eternal damnation. Oh, seriously? The hour of damnation ticks closer! Agent Williams is ordered to comply by the supervising O5 council member. After hesitantly moving his hands towards his belt, William reconsiders and his face contorts in anger. No, you know what? Fuck you, points to SCP-013-J. And fuck you, points to the camera through which the O5 council member is surveying. I joined the Foundation to fight monsters, not to entertain some stupid, immature space fish. Fool, you have doomed us all! How? Cuttlefish are cephalopods! Ignorance is the greatest danger in the entire universe. And I suppose we could avoid this horrible catastrophe if I'd been standing here with no trousers like an idiot. Well, forgive me if I can... Whoa! A black and red aura surrounds Agent Williams' trousers, and it begins to rise into the air. Fish is saving people in dumb ways. Pretty much. Quite a space fish. Agent Williams' trousers. Now that I've harnessed enough of this mortal's irritation, I can destroy the world, and nothing can stop me! Are you fucking kidding me? Agent Williams' trousers vanish in a shroud of black smoke, leaving Williams to fall to the ground. Closing statement. Agent Williams' employment with the Foundation was terminated immediately. All future agents who interact with SCP-013-J are to be thoroughly evaluated by an on-site psychiatrist and selected based on past experience of dealing with similarly troubling entities. The hunt for former agents Williams' trousers, the newly designated SCP Redacted, is underway, but thus far, no progress has been made. What the fuck? I know. I did not see that coming. Sentient malevolent trousers. That's amazing. Wow. Attack of the Killer Bats. Wow. Just wow. In regards to an earlier line, Cake of Black Mesa is a lie. Cake at SCP is, I'll give you $50 to eat that. You're not wrong, Widgren. You're really not wrong. Okay, 1730. What happened to Site 13? Oh, good God, this is going to be horrific. Mark is complete. I mean, in fact, so to give context as to how long these sometimes take, that request was put through for this 50 minutes ago. Let me just change this. There we are. Short answer: everything got fucked. Thought it has a little bit from doing the Cuttlefish of Ultimate Wisdom now. Worth it though. Worth it for that voice. Item number 1730. Level 3 confidential. Containment class neutralized. Special containment procedures. A circular perimeter has been established 2 kilometers from SCP-1730, and a quarantine zone has been established 1 kilometer from 1730. Personnel who are to enter 1730 must first undergo Class 7 hazardous contact preparation measures, including the application of a modified Maxwell hardened hazardous material reinforced airtight suit. The application of these protective measures may only take place at Provisional Site 23 Quarantine Main Gate. The chance of being attacked by a malevolent killer pants at any point is low, but never zero. I see that now. Individuals attempting to exit the quarantine area must first submit to thorough decontamination protocols as administered by the quarantine security staff. Individuals failing to meet the quarantine extraction perimeters are to be held for further decontamination, or in the event decontamination becomes unfeasible, termination. Containment update. Redacted. Dangerous biological and cognito-hazardous entities have resulted in high casualties of security rescue teams. Mobile Task Force Zeta 9 Mole Rats has been assigned to all current exploration efforts. Containment update redacted. Due to events detailed in Exploration Log 7, all future exploration of SCP-1730 has been suspended indefinitely, pending Overseer approval. Containment update 2/1/2016. Due to information gathered by Foundation surveillance teams, exploration and recovery efforts into Site 13 are no longer identifiably suspended. Details will be available on a need-to-know basis. Assigned Mobile Task Force units will be alerted by superior officers. Don't let them get with your pants down. Oh my god. Containment update 5/15/2017. Mobile Task Forces Apollo 3 Game Wardens and Tau 5 Samsara are activated and assigned to exploration of SCP-1730. See Addendum 1730.8 for details. Containment update 6/22/2017. Due to events detailed in Addendum 1730.9, SCP-1730 has been reclassified as neutralized. Additional research efforts are ongoing. Debriefing reports will be available as they are declassified. File serve notice. The following is the SCP-1730 data file as it appeared before its reclassification as neutralized. Some inconsistencies may persist. When you bring some Samsara, things are serious. Description. SCP-1730 is a large complex of structures 15 kilometers northwest of the US-Mexico border with the Big Bend Ranch State Park that was discovered on June 5th, redacted. Due to the isolated nature of the complex and the low survival rate of individuals who came in contact with it, it is possible that 1730 has been previously discovered but unreported. 1730 bears identifying markings and contains documents to support the claim that 1730 was at one point Foundation Site 13, originally located near Nome, Alaska. This conflicts with current records, which now show that Site 13 was a project that, while intended to be constructed in Nome, was scrapped for the larger and more advanced Site 19 and never completed. Flora located on site have been traced back to those native to the Alaskan region. How 1730 came to be at the current location is unknown. 1730 is in a severe state of disrepair and appears to have been left abandoned for an extended period of time. The site's power generator has continued to operate in a damaged state despite a number of fuel leaks and fires throughout the facility. This has resulted in intermittent power failures throughout the site, hindering exploration and rescue efforts. The origin of 1730 is unknown, as is the nature of many of the anomalous entities contained within. It is confirmed that the 2nd through 15th footnote. While records indicate that these floors were utilised for containment of entities, it's uncertain how far down the facility actually extends. Basement levels were utilised for entity containment, though the state of that containment has deteriorated significantly. It is believed that a contingent of human survivors exists somewhere deep in the lower basement levels of the facility. Messages written in English have been discovered throughout the site, consisting of warnings such as danger and death here, and other messages such as not my body and bleed. A recurring message, what happened to Site 13, has been found in several different locations in the basement. There is a picture here of a stairwell with bleed written on the wall in what looks to be blood. There are quite a few SCP references in this. Oh my good god, I can see why it's a long time. There's a lot of footnotes and there's a lot of addendums. I can see why it said it's a long one. Hey, hello and welcome, and thank you for the hydration reminder. Several logs of data have been collected by the remaining functional site terminals, the relevant data of which is contained in the addendums below. Worth noting is that inconsistencies exist between the logs and what has been determined through exploration, including site layouts, staff makeup, and contained anomalies. Addendum 1730.1 recovered log. Access file. Date redacted. Team Charlie Yukon. Assignment Site 13 recovery. Lead CY1. Begin log. We found it. Watched it kill Daly earlier. Crawled right into his mouth, and the next thing you know, Daly's got blood leaking out of his ears. Puking it up, shitting it out, everywhere. Blood looked funny too. Too dark. It was running out of his hair, like through the follicles. His hair fell out right with it. Once it was over, the thing that crawled inside him crawled back out with a buddy. One of them, can't say which, drinks up all this blood like a leech. The other one crawls back inside Daly and he stands up, turns around, starts coming at us. I can see that thing inside him when he opens his mouth, so I put bullet in his face. Then another. We emptied our magazines into him. He didn't get up after that. We're not going to be too much longer. Found another of those messages down here. You know, cognito hazard expunged. Just a matter of time before it starts. We strapped some C4 to it and blew the wall. I think it's pretty illegible at this point, but it doesn't matter. Jones already went quiet like the others. We shoved him down an elevator shaft earlier. Didn't hear the body hit the ground. Think I'd just heard him start up the Thresher. Wish we would have known about that sooner. Oh well. Addendum 1730.2 recovered automated message. Access. The following message was recovered from 1730's emergency warning system. Logs on file indicate that it was transmitted moments prior to a major electrical disturbance and 3 minutes before an explosion within the silent power relay. General notice. Site 13 has experienced a gross breach of containment systems. Cognito hazard expunged has breached containment during testing. On-site nuclear device is non-responsive. Thresher protocol has been activated. Life support systems, online. Electrical systems, offline. Fire control systems, offline. Flood control systems, offline. Reactor status, critical. Euclid class containment status, critical. Cater class containment status, compromised. Addendum 1730.3 Exploration Log Transcripts. Log 1. Initial exploration video log transcript. Date redacted. Exploration team, Mobile Task Force D12 Mudslingers. Wonder what the hazard pay as an SCP employee. Depends. The hazard stuff gets dealt with by D-class personnel, and they don't get paid. They're prisoners. D-class personnel are almost exclusively recruited from death row, because who gives a shit about them? Pokemon's continued existence. Yeah, if you survive, well, congrats, you survived. Subject: SCP-1730. Team lead: D12 Cap. Team members: D12-1, D12-2, D12-3, D12-4, and D12-5. Begin log. Cap. Crew is on. Everyone check your mics. 1. Check. 4. Check. 3. Check. 5. Check. Check. 2. And check makes 5. Cap. Right. Command, you hear us clear? Site command. Roger that, team lead. Cap. Alright. Keep weapons locked. No idea what we're going to see in there. Yep. We're set. Let's move in. Those doors. Team moves into main 1730 structure through front doors. Doors found to be unlocked. Cap, keep your eyes open. 3. Dark in here. Switching lights. Cap, good call. Team switches on shoulder mounted lights. 1. Something written on the wall over here. 2. Yeah, here too. Cap, what you got? 1. Get below and don't look at the walls next to it. 4. A little late for that. Cap, what about you 2? 2. What did we do? Cap, you see that command? Sight command. Yes. Cap, alright, let's move on out. Service elevator over there. 5. Check if it has power. 5. Yep, this'll work. Cap, let's see how far it'll take us then. Team enter service elevator. Video indicates the control panel with various floor buttons. D12 Cap hits button labelled B3. Writing don't look at the walls on the walls. Seems like that's not a warning. 1. And away we go. Elevator descends briefly. Stops upon reaching the 3rd basement level. Doors open to reveal a dark hallway. A single light is on at a bend in the hall, roughly 50 meters from the elevator. Cap. Okay, let's clear this level first, then we can go from there. 1 and 3 take that hallway there. Myself and 4 can check the rooms in this hallway. And 2 and 5 stay here. Make sure our elevator sticks around. Team splits up. 1 and 3 move towards the light at the end of the hallway. Cap begins checking the rooms on the left side of the hallway. 4 checks on the right side. 4. Rooms are filthy. What's this? Cap. Yeah, I see it too. Is it mud? 4. Feels like it. Some kind of sludge. Smells metallic. Pulls test tube from that. I'll send this back up. Sight command. Let you guys poke up around in it. Command. Acknowledge. Try and keep out of it as much as you can until we figure out where it is. Cap. Sure thing. 1. We're at the end of this hallway. Not all the way here. Looks like there's some kind of barricade at the end. A bunch of tables and desks all piled up. Is that we go for babysitting next week? Nice. Command. Can you approach the barricade? 1. 1 and 3 approach the barricade. 4. More of the sludge in this room. Caked on the walls. Found a body. Cap. Hang tight 1. Don't move. I'm coming. 4. Cap enters the room. A visible humanoid body is seen half submerged in the thick black material in a corner. The head and neck are not visible. Cap. Any kind of identification? 4. He's got a spot on his belt for a badge, but it's missing. Looks pulled off. Maybe to unlock a door somewhere. Cap. Maybe. Go ahead and proceed. 1. 1. Aye. Cap. More bodies here. So that sludge is all over the back of this barricade. 3. Shit, that one moved. 1. There's something else in this pile. Get a light on it. Cap. Moving your way, guys. 1. Ah, there. Fuck. Gunshots. Cap. Report, guys. We're getting to you. 3. Thing crawled out of one of their mouths. Some kind of snake, I think. A lot of teeth. Can't really tell what it is now. 1. Look here. You hit that body. See that? 3. Fuck, it's hollow. Cap and 4 arrive at the barricade. Cap. You seen this command? Command. Affirmative. Cap. Alright, watch for that then, I guess. Weapons hot if they aren't already. 4. Aye, aye. Thank you for the hydration reminder, DJ. You're just going to sleep over one night, going to play board games. Nice. Four. Aye, aye. Cap. Let's head back to the elevator, see if we can't get down to the next level. Is that door around? Yeah, I thought so. Let's just do that then. Cap 1, 3 and 4 move back down the hallway. 4. Wait a second. 1. Did this turn left earlier? 4. Sure fucking did. Where's the elevator? 2, Cap. 2, 5, you read me? Silence. 4. Here we go. Cap. Shut it. Alright. Shit. Command, do you read us? Command. Sure do, Captain. Cap, you gotta read on 2 and 5? Command. Should be about 45 meters to your 12. Cap. There's a wall here. Looks like it's always been here. Either we're hallucinating or the building is doing something fucky. Either way, can you get hold of either of them? Command. 1 moment. Site command attempts to communicate with 2 and 5. Neither of whom are responsive. No go. 5. Sorry. Cap. Shit. Let's find a way up and get out of here then. D12 team proceeds down the hallway. Notable, hallway is much longer than any on any recovered schematic of the site. 1. Got something else on this door. Cap. What's that? 1. Says silence. We trying to check this? Cap. Is this a containment cell? It's just an office door. 4. This whole floor just looks like offices. Cap. Alright then, get in there. 1 attempts to open the door. 1. It's locked. I can't get it open. Cap. Knock the door down then. 3. You hear that? 1. 1. 2. 3. It sounds like somebody's shushing. 1. 3. 1 kicks the door down. Video records 3 frames of a naked human with what appears to be fire burning out its ears, staring fearfully at the door. 3. Fuck! There's an intense white light and the sound of searing meat. All camera lenses are damaged and become non-functional. All microphones except for that on D3 on D12-3 stop working. Site command, what happened? Captain, D12 team. Site commander attempts to communicate with D12 Cap for an additional 30 seconds before realising that the 3's mic is still operational. Command, 3, can you still hear us? 3, static. D12-3. 3, static, and then sound of slithering. Site command, D12-3. Pardon me, wants to draw some of these descriptions. There's quite a lot of people out there who have drawn some of these based on what they think to be like, because not all of these come with pictures. 3, a cry, then sound of choking. This continues for 43 seconds. Then the sound of liquid leaking, then pouring, accompanied by the sound of vomit. Large wet objects can be overheard hitting the floor. A dull, low approaching sound accompanies this. Mic cuts out suddenly. Site command, D12-3. Shit. 2, oh shit. Hey, site command. 5, Jesus Christ. Command, what? D12-2, where are you right now? 2, by the elevator. We assumed our radars have stopped working down here. We're just waiting for them to get back. Command, the rest of the team is compromised. Hang on, we're trying to establish a link to your video. 5, no need for that. It's probably just interference. Can you send the team down here to get us? Command, hang on, video coming up. 2, don't. Come on, got it. You. Mounted cameras on both individuals do not show the hallway they have been standing in, but what looks like a large utility room. Boys are visible in the near distance, and a wall appears to have caved in. D12-2 appears to be hanging upside down, facing 5, both of whom are stark white and unmoving. Their faces are covered in blood that looks to have originated from their mouth, nostrils and eyes. A large object is seen moving quickly behind 12, accompanied by the sound of slithering from many sources. 5 opens his eyes. 2 frames later, the video and audio feed cut out. No additional responses are picked up from the D12 team. End log. Begin log 3. Initial exploration video log transcript. Date redacted. Exploration team, Mobile Task 4, Y24, Gulliver's Travellers. Subject Y17-3, Team Lead, Y24 Cap. Team members, Y24-1 and Y24-2. Notes. Initial exploration of the main structures provided too dangerous for an additional attempt without additional resources. The only remaining Mobile Task Force on hand was MTF Y23, a 3-man team who was charged with entering the site power station and assessing the damage. Begin log. Command, coming online. Video and audio feed for all 3 members comes online simultaneously. Ahead of them is the entrance to the SCP-1730 power station. Cap, you can hear us? Command, affirmative. Cap, good. Anything else we should know? Command, thermal scans read one of the cores as being superheated. Might be on the verge of explosion. Stay as far away from them as you can. You can use the micro drones if you need to. Don't worry about trying to get them back. Cap, right. Okay, good. Let's get on. Y24 team enters the power station. First room appears to be a security station. 1. There's our first problem. Doors are locked. 2. These are pretty solid too. Is that glass bulletproof? Cap, check it. Loud thump. 2. Guess answers that. Cap, command, are we clear to use explosives in here? Command, negative. Structure's pretty weak all over. You'll risk caving yourself in. Cap, oh shit. There's no other way in. 1. Hang on. Do you have anybody on site with level 4 clearance card? One that can override breach lockdowns? Command, Dr. Edwards in a team over the containment bay. 1. No. It would have to be someone older. Edwards has only been in like what, 10 years? Someone who has clearance for a long time. Command, stand by. Director Jameson is currently on assignment at Site 65. 4. It's 3 hours from here. We won't. Cap. No, you've got the right idea. Get Director Jameson on the phone. Command. Ask him what his clearance code was in. When was Site 19 built? 1960? Command. Stand by. 10 minutes passed. Extraneous logs removed. Command. Alright, you ready? 1. Go ahead. Command. Redacted. 2. Well, I'll be damned. Cap. Hello, Researcher Jameson. Will you look at that? Command. We'll send the Director your regards. Cap. Please do. Good work, 1. Let's get in there. Team enters power station main concourse. Command. Can you see the damaged core? Cap. No, they all look fine. Let's switch to the thermal lens. 2. There it is. 1. Are we missing something? That core looks fine. Command. We need to get closer to it, guys. Cap. Right. Releasing microdrone. Command. Captain releases microdrone. Drone approaches power station cores and begins to circle them. 12 cores are accounted for. 7 of them damaged beyond repair. 3 have not been brought up to power, and 2 are operating at full capacity. One of the 2 is superheated core, which aside from its abnormal temperature shows no other sign of damage. Command. Looks fine. Close to that, Captain. Cap. Sure. Y24 team approaches the superheated core. Temperature readings begin to rise as they grow closer. 1. It's hot enough anyway. 2. What's this shit? Cap. It's really thick. Is that sludge? Some kind of waste? Command. Try and avoid that, team. Captain, can you get a vial of it on the microdrone and send it back out the way you came? Cap. Yeah, hang on. 2, grab one of... Yeah, you got it. Samples on the way, Command. Command, thanks. Careful, guys. Try and get around to the other side of it. 1, I'm over here. Nothing looks... Oh, fuck. Look. Cap, Jesus. 1's camera shows no fewer than 10 humans' bodies bound to the side of the superiority core with wire. All the bodies appear similar to the bodies found by the D12 team. Stark white, blood leaking from all orifices, non-responsive. 2, something written underneath them. Is that blood? Cap, what happened to Site 13? 1, these lines don't run to the main structure. See here? They're running below us. Cap, any kind of identifier? 1, let me see. Yeah, they're all labelled body pit. They went straight into the ground over there. Cap, looks like we're going below then. Command, you copy all that? Command, we do. Just receive your sample back as well. Going to get a report on that in just a few minutes. Cap, alright, good. Let's get down there. 2, there's a stairwell over here. Y24 team approaches stairwell and begins to descend. Lighting is absent in the stairwell. All team members switch on their shoulder lights. Cap, these doors are all hard locked. Y24 team decides to descends to the bottom of the stairwell. The door there is open. 1, this has been pried open. Looks like someone's trying to get out? Not in. Cap, something else is written on the wall here. Fuck SCP. 2, that's polite. Team enters the doorway. 1, you smell that? 2, fuck, yeah, that's disgusting. What is it? Cap, wherever's on the other side of this hall, I'd imagine. Watch the blown radiator here, guys. Command, team, take note we are losing video feed. Something's interfering with our signal here. Cap, roger that. We... Audio file feed cuts out. Positioning systems... Better than writing don't look at the walls on the walls. This is true. This is very true. Positioning system stays active for a few more moments as Site Command attempts to reconnect with Y24 team. Intermittent communications are received for an additional 15 minutes. Thank you for the hydration reminder, Torian. 1, some of these are human. Cap, that same, it's all over the inside. That black shit smells like iron. 1, something crawled out. Look. 2, do you hear? 1, we need to get... Cap, there's a light over there. Can you see it? 2, hello? Are you okay? Do you need help? We can... Audio cuts out completely. Recovery efforts are halted. No communications are received from the Y24 team for additional 24 hours, after which the team is determined to be lost. Sample that was returned with the microdrone was revealed to be blood and power core residual runoff, mixed with some kind of additional biological matter. Study into the substance is ongoing. After 1 week, Y24-1's video feed becomes active again for 13 seconds. No audio is transmitted, and the video shows a group of humans standing around and looking down at a table. One of the humans turns to look at the camera, and the video cuts. No additional communications are received from the team at any point afterwards. End log. Begin log 6. Initial exploration video log transcript. Date redacted. Exploration team mobile access drone. Team lead not applicable. Team members not applicable. Notes: while waiting for additional resources to arrive at SCP-1730, an unmanned ground-based drone was launched into the main site complex through the same door that D12 team had entered. The planned goal on this mission was to investigate lower floors and attempt to recover information relating to the origins of 1730. Begin log. Drone approaches the main office building and enters through the front door. A moment is spent observing the writing on the walls in the interior lobby before moving across to the service elevator. Drone enters the elevator and returns to floor section. There are selections of 5 floors above the ground level and 15 below. Drone moves to select B15 level, elevator begins to descend. We should put up Dale Port next SCP in stream? Yeah, go for it. After 7 floors, the elevator suddenly stops. After a few moments of time, it is determined it is due to an intermittent power failure. Drone uses suitable utility to open the forward-facing elevator door. Curious Baby read SCP-729-J before. I have not, no. I've not read many of the J ones. I've read 013J, 100J, and 666.5-J. The open elevator shaft is visible, and the drone is unable to determine the depth of the shaft. Using its winch, the drone descends below the stopped elevator to the first available floor. After prying open the door, the drone swings into the opening and retracts the winch. A sign on the wall just inside the doorway indicates that this is the 8th basement level, and that this is a Euclid cast containment wing. Lights on this floor remain dark. The drone is instructed to move down the main hallway and look for a suitable area to descend to the next floor. Drone moves towards a side hallway and is instructed to explore down it. It is noted that a number of messages are written on the walls, including "Don't look at the walls" and "Kill the quiet ones." After inspecting a number of rooms and finding them only to be empty offices, the drone returns to the main hallway. Drone ceases movement upon seeing a large, vaguely humanoid entity standing near the end of the hallway. See exploration file drone 139 JPEG. Looks a little bit like fully clothed pyramid head. Ish. Its entity appears to glide slowly down the hallways, seemingly not noticing the drone. After it passes, the drone is instructed to follow the entity. Entity enters a maintenance closet near the end of the initial hallway. Drone observes as entity extends a long arm from beneath its outer layer and touches the floor. Upon further observation, the entity is noted to have picked up some of the thick, dark material previously identified as blood and power station runoff with what is identified as its primary finger appendage. Entity then begins to make slow movements towards the wall behind it. This is obscured from the drone's view. The entity ceases movement, then it slowly turns to leave the room. The drone is instructed to move towards the wall and take note of any changes. It is noted that the entity left behind a number of unique symbols, such as cognitohazard expunged. The drone takes several flash photographs of these symbols and transmits them back to Site Command. And there's a picture with the cognitohazard being expunged from it. Drone is then instructed to continue to follow the large entity. However, the entity has disappeared from the hallway. It is noted the entity left no apparent footprints, even in the thick material covering parts of the floors. Drone is instructed to continue on regardless. Drone reaches what appears to be a series of several containment cells. The first cell is open. A placard on the side of the door reads Entity 324, scheduled for termination 12/13/1975. The drone enters the doorway and observes a spacious containment cell. Thick rubber padding is all along the walls. The drone notices a human form in the corner of the room, covered in the thick dark sludge. As the drone approaches the form, small sparks fire from its fingertips towards the drone. The drone takes several photographs, then leaves. The next three cells are all empty with no placards. The fourth cell is closed and its placard is smashed. Drone is instructed to attempt to open the door with its cutting torch. After a few moments, it is able to do so. The drone enters the room. In the corner of the room is the emaciated body of a human female, roughly aged at 34 years. The body shows no sign of life. A chain is seen around the neck descending into the shirt. Notable is the lack of sludge within the cell, possible as a result of the inhabitant closing the door and locking it from the interior. The drone searches the corpse for an identification badge and finds one. The name reads Jack Bright. What the fuck? Why is Jack Bright there? Why the fuck is Dr. Bright there? What the fuck? Why isn't he? Drone is then instructed to search the neck chain, but the chain is discovered to be broken. The drone leaves the room. The drone traverses a short way until it finds a stairwell. The drone descends to the next floor. A sign by the doorway reads 5th floor. The drone turns to view the stairwell that it had previously descended from, but finds it non-existent. After some short discussion at Site Command, the drone is instructed to enter the doorway. Because it's now, because 13 is not part of the list. I'm going to have to read that out as a short video. Oh, I say short, it's a fairly lengthy list. I keep saying that I want to read that list out on stream, but it's going to take too long, I think. Actually, now you know what? I'll treat you all to that if we still have time after I finish this. If I have time after I finish this, I will read the things of the list of things that Dr. Bright is not allowed to do. The drone enters into a large spacious office floor lit by sunlight. Several terminals are nearby, though all of them have been destroyed. The drone approaches the least damaged terminal and attempts to power it on. The terminal does not power on, though whether this is due to a power outage or damage to the machine is unknown. The drone maneuvers across the room. Papers litter the floor, and many look to have been burned or shredded. The drone reaches a terminal labelled M. Hadley, which appears mostly undamaged, and attempts to power it on. The terminal powers on, and the drone then attempts to connect with the computer. The computer is running the same Foundation-based system as the current model, albeit a number of generations older. Excuse me. The drone is instructed to transmit every file that is capable of accessing to Site Command. The drone begins to do this. Note: at this point in the operation, Site Command lost contact with the drone. Several members of the operation team suddenly showed symptoms of some kind of anomalous influence, growing silent and beginning to burn from their ears. After the onset of symptoms, any sound would trigger what appeared to be a silent explosion that shook Site Command and destroyed most of its communicative equipment. It was later discovered that the only individuals influenced by this were those who had viewed the symbols created by the large entity in the basement storage closet. Further examination by Foundation cognitohazard specialists and screening technology ascertained that the symbols themselves were a sort of pyroclastic cognitohazard. Any individual becoming aware of the symbols would inevitably succumb to the effects of the hazard, making any additional exploration of the site hazardous. The drone was left unattended for several days thereafter, though it did complete its task of transmitting the terminal contents. The contents of this search can be accessed in Addendum 1730.5. Attempts to reconnect with the drone were unsuccessful, and drone surveillance of the site from outside the building showed that all the floors above ground level in the primary structure were entirely empty. The drone was not located. End log. Begin log 7. Thank you for the hydration reminder, and Wob. Initial exploration video log transcript. Date redacted. Exploration team, Mobile Task Force Z9 Mole Rats. Team lead Z9 Cap. Team members Z91, Z92, Z93, Z94 and Z9 Sup. Notes. Due to high casualties sustained by previous exploration attempts, it was decided the team experienced in exploration of anomalous structures would be called into continued operations at SCP-1730. To that end, MTF Z9 Mole Rats was assigned to 1730. The team consisted of 5 explorative members and 1 support member who would stay at Site Command and monitor fluctuations in local reality. Begin log. Cap. We're online. Let you know when it got a link support. Sup. Coming up now. I'm loading your displays with what should be a pretty accurate map of what you see in there, but 3, don't bet on it, right? The Mole Rats, aka the guys who send to really messed up places and see what happens. Sup, like always, it's fully possible there's a typed green in there, alongside the other nasties. Cap, alright Command, what's the worst of it? Command, there's at least one cognito hazardous entity writing hazards on the walls. Your displays should be able to filter out any and all messages written on the walls, so we don't take any chances. As for the rest, it's a containment site. 1. Awesome. Cap. There you have it, guys. Load up. Let's get in there. 3. Yes, ma'am. Z9 team enters the main structures, but searches the upper floors first. As observed by the flying drones, the floors are empty. There's no sign of the previous exploration drone. Cap. We're clean here. How are we looking, sport? Sup. Holding steady, Captain. Nothing out of the ordinary. Tell Forley needs to adjust his channel frequency. I'm having trouble connecting to that module. Cap. Will do. 4. Check your frequency. You're falling out. Team descends to main level. After ascertaining the functionality of the hazard blocking displays, the team moves towards a descending stairwell instead of the service elevator. Cap. Going down now. Starting to see some of that sludge. Any idea where it comes from? Command. Part of the mixture is power station runoff, but it's mostly blood and some other biological residue, like pus. As for where it comes from, your guess is as good as ours. Cap. Guess that's what we're here to find out. Come on. That's the one. 2. This stuff doesn't stink like you think it would. Just smells like pennies. Cap. Tighten up all. We're going to the dark. Team descends several levels until they reach the 6th basement level, marked as the Euclid containment wing. Z9 Cap motions the entire floor. Motions to enter the floor, sorry. 1. Lot of bodies in here, Cap. Cap. I see him. No human, are they? 2. Nope. They all get the looks on them though, from the briefing. Blood on their faces. Command. Stay alert, guys. Cap. Copy that. Let's keep moving. Team moves forward for a short time, investigating the mostly empty floor. Suddenly a rumbling is heard. All team members stop and wait for the noise to end. There's a crash, and Z94 shouts. Cap. So what was that? Command. Came from below you. Notice any structural damage? 3. Sure fucking did. Floor collapse under Randall. He's down below us. I can see him. Cap. 4. You read me? 4. Yeah, Cap. I'm alright, but my leg's pretty fucked. I don't know if I can get up. We're going to clearly I wouldn't dope the fuck out even at the risk of a bullet or 12 in the back. Yeah, this is why you have the MTFs. You send the MTFs into stuff that normal people don't want to deal with. Cap. Alright, stay there. We're going to get down to you. 3. You stay here with Randall. 1, 2. Move with me. Let's find a stairwell down. Sup. Captain. Something fluctuating below you. You copy? Cap does not respond. Site Command also attempts to communicate with the Z9 team and fails to do so. Communication continues to be translated from the team. 4. Where are they? 3. Should be on their way. 4. Any way you can get down here? 3. Not without breaking my legs. 4. You sure? I think I can hear something down here. 3. Can't hear anything. Probably just the pipes. 4. Fucking pipes. Comes from transcript Epsilon 121555. Something else that Mole Rats were involved in, I'm guessing. From Z94's perspective, the floor is shrouded in darkness beyond 4 meters. The only illumination is coming from the floor above. 4. No, it's definitely something. It's... Fuck, Brett, it's slithering. There's something down here. 3. Hang on, mate. Cap, you read me? No response. Cap? 1, 2. Anybody? Oh, god damn it. 4. Brett, shit, it's right here. I can hear it. Something off screen. Get the fuck away from me, you slimy arsehole. Gunshots. I said get the fuck back. 3. Don't shoot anything, Randall. You'll... 4 cries out. 3's camera observes what appears to be a black leech-like creature, approximately the length and width of an adult human arm, moving slowly towards 4. 4 continues to fire wildly, causing 3 to run behind the opening in the floor for cover. Suddenly the gunfire stops, and 3 looks back over the edge. 3. Randall? Jesus fuck, The creature has now entered 4's open mouth, and is moving slowly down his throat. 4's mic picks up muffled cries and a low grinding noise, like chewing. 3 aims his weapon at the creature and fires, missing it when 4 twitches. 3 fires again, striking 4 in the arm. 3. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh, Captain, permission to fire on Randall. No response. God damn it, Captain, permission to fire on 4. No response. Fuck, fuck, Randall, I'm... 4, choking. Please. 3 raises weapon and fires at 4. There is another rumble, and the ground beneath 3 gives way. 3 falls into the concrete below and is crushed by additional falling debris. 3's camera and microphone disconnect. 4's microphone continues to pick up 4 choking and vomiting for an additional 5 minutes, after which 4 grows silent. Another leech creature emerges from his mouth and disappears. 4 stands up and picks up 3's weapon. 4's camera disconnects. Note: at this point, Z-19 was in full disconnect. 2 members were assumed KIA, while the other 3 were not accounted for. After 3 hours of non-communication, Site Command contacted Overwatch Command to request a full stop to explorative efforts into 1730. No, 1730. While waiting for a response, Z91's microphone came back online. 1. You didn't look, did you? Yeah, me neither, Cap. It was over there, against that wall. Is it not there anymore? I can get it open. We need fucking bullets. I think they're gone, yeah. But I don't want to wait around for... lower. What floor are we on right now anyway? I was only supposed to be 15. Fuck. Alright. 4's camera suddenly comes online, showing a massive room, dimly lit by many small flames. Further observation of the footage shows that the small flames all originate from the ears of many humanoids, standing quietly around the walls. In the centre pit is a large creature that appears to be covered in many smaller creatures. It is barely distinguishable in the low lighting. Several large pipes over the creature have been cut and are draining onto the centre of the room. The camera cuts out. 1. What happened to Site 13? This is like the 5th time. I don't fucking know, Hammond. Right. Wait. Yeah, I do too. It's coming from over there. This shit is everywhere. Fuck, look. Open that door. Shh. Is everyone silent? No, Shh. Stay quiet. We need to get back upstairs. Hey, who's that? 1's mic disconnects. Note, with the entire team once again unresponsive, Site Command ordered an emergency termination of all explorative efforts into 1730 while waiting for confirmation from the O5 Council. 4 hours passed, no response. Before Z9's camera begins transmitting, microphone comes online shortly after. Cap is standing in a very tall room, looking at some kind of large and intricate machine. She approaches the machine slowly before settling over some kind of input console with the backlit screen. Cap wipes dust off a label just above the screen. The word Thresher is clearly visible. Cap's hands hover over the keyboard of the console. Another distant sound could be heard over the microphone, later identified as footsteps. Cap turns quickly to face the darkness behind her. As she turns, her shoulder-mounted light strikes something on the machine behind her and goes out. The footsteps grow closer. Cap begins to breathe heavily and starts running through the dark. She trips and falls, and noise begins to close in. Cap, no, fuck you! Get... Cap's camera disconnects. No digital transmissions are received from the Z9 team. Addendum 1730.4. Recovered data from the power station terminal. Thresher. It's a graph. Dr. Hadley, as you can see, the power output to the Thresher device has been adjusted to your specifications. At your command, the reactors will surge to the full 55 gigawatts required to activate the device. Like I mentioned in our previous correspondence, the reactors will likely not survive this kind of power surge. The core dedicated to the body pit might, given its recent reinforced construction, but there will likely be significant damage to all the rest. Additionally, and you'll forgive me for speaking out of place since I'm not assigned to the Thresher device, but the device is still wildly unstable. The tests have been encouraging on smaller subjects, and it might someday be an applicable piece of technology. This moment is only considered a measure for the very final attempts. Utilization of the device could make local reality unstable here, as well as wherever the device ends up. In other words, I hope you know what you're doing. Best of luck, Engineer 242. End log. Addendum 1730.5. Collected data logs. Comlog 1. Dear Dr. Hadley, 340. We've received your communication, and thank you for taking time to contact us. Spoiler, he did not. We've considered your request, but this time we cannot prove any transfers. If you are at Site 13, you are there because of your superb level of professionalism and aptitude in your profession, and we cannot afford to have you anywhere else. You may speak to your site pharmacist about an amnestic regimen if you like, but we will not allow you to transfer from Site 13. As for your concerns about Dr. Emerson's mortuary protocol, we understand your complaints. However, you must understand that anomalies, especially those classified as humanoid, are not human beings. Human beings fall into a very specific category of non-anomalous life forms. Humanoid anomalies may appear to be human, but are simply humanoid. As such, they are not entitled to the rights and privileges afforded to humans by As such, they are not entitled to the rights and privileges afforded to human beings by the Ethics Committee. Oh my god, the Ethics Committee. Our job as researchers is to identify where anomalies come from, and then to identify how to best utilise those anomalies for the benefit of mankind. We are protectors, and we cannot protect any unless we know everything there is to know about the threat at hand. Once we have learned from what we can learn, we neutralise the threat. If you have any other questions, please do not hesitate to contact our offices. Sincerely, Preeter Grenwald, SCP Foundation Ethics Committee Chair, Global Occult Coalition Ethics Board Head. End log. 3421 Test log. Test log. Entity 3421. Administrator Dr. 1343. Test purpose: to identify Class 8 entities' ability to bend reality while exposed to dangerous conditions and to scranton molus inhibitor device. Use of SCP redacted to reanimate entity between tests. Test 1. Exposure to temperature -35 degrees Celsius. Result: entity loses energy, becomes less hostile. Extended exposure results in low external temperature and decay of skin layer. Entity expires after 1 hour of sustained exposure. Test 2. Exposed to temperature 150 degrees Celsius. Result: entity quickly succumbs to heat stroke. Body shows signs of burning all across surfaces. Organ damage as a result of extreme temperature. Entity unable to change reality to save itself. Test 5. Submerged in water. Result: data not found. Notes: water seems to interfere with scranton molus device. Test 13. Exposure to electricity. Result: entity unable to save itself. Body no longer salvageable. Entity moved to body to pit for incineration. Whoops. End log. Log 129-1. To Engineer 249 from Engineer 129. Subject: control of hazardous toxins and reactor core. We're having some trouble controlling the waste backup in the pit. The runoff is supposed to be piped off site, but it keeps getting sucked back up the air and taken to the reactor. This stuff is seriously toxic. I don't want to send any of my guys in there to clean it up. Either we shut off the reactor long enough to go down there and clean it up by hand, or we're going to have a pretty serious situation here in a while. End log. Termination log 1. Data not found. Subject to summary events: entity showed unwillingness to submit to further testing, and as such was swiftly terminated by way of electrocution. Entity moved to body pit for incineration. Noting here that additional orders have come in from Director Emerson requesting a full-scale termination of the entire humanoid wing. Those will be processed at your convenience, and we can begin to empty out those floors. Sincerely, Dr. 790. End log. Begin log unknown log 3. Cognito hazard expunged. Has shown some tenacity, but will soon break under the mental pressure applied to it by the orators. This is not uncommon. Many entities arriving for their initial inspection will resist exposure to treatment in some way, but it cannot be sustained for the duration of their time here. Entity does have a particularly interesting effect on Cognito hazard expunged, which leads me to believe that we could repurpose the aspect of the entity by removing the face, neck, upper chest area, and arms, and applying it to a Mark 12 using the Cognito hazard expunged. I will send this over to Dr. 874 post haste and move forward with the project. Sincerely, Dr. 720. Sounds like a bad idea. Unknown log 12 start. To Dr. Hadley from Engineer 242. They took your blood, Leech Boy, down to the pits today. I made sure to alter his termination record accordingly and make sure that the output is still blocked up. I don't know what you've got planned for him, but that pit's pretty noxious now. It's not going to be good. Hadley letter log. Director Emerson, before we get started, let me just say that the number thing was always bullshit. If you want to properly dehumanize your researchers, you put them in cubicles. The numbers were a joke from the beginning. If you're reading this, then you're left with a decision. What did you think was going to happen throwing the bodies of anomalies into that pit? Did you think their being alive made them anomalous? Hell, being alive is the least anomalous part of our humanity. I thought you might have seen that, but then things have changed. The containment breach was my fault, I won't lie to you. In my research, I had the pleasure of analysing a young boy. His name was Elijah. I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure I know about the SCP called Elijah. Or I've heard about it at least. He subsisted only on blood, and he could also siphon it through others with his mouth, right through their skin. like a leech. He had no mental capacity beyond 2 years, and yet he deserved the same chance to live as the rest of us. He did not choose to be the way he was. Thank you for the hydration reminder, DJ. Then you decided to have him burned, like the rest of them. So I modified his record. The fires of your pit won't have incinerated him, just agitated him. And that sludge that's been building up, I'm glad you cared to get it cleaned up. I'm sure you're glad too. It's pretty awful down there. Elijah did get a bit over this. Anyway, your decision. The containment breach was inevitable, and whether it was something that crawled out of that pit that did it or my hand on the button makes no difference. You have a choice to make. Either stay your course and certainly be devoured by the creatures you have been torturing for the last 15 years, or activate the Thresher device and hope it dumps you out in a more hospitable reality than your own. Either way, our world will be rid of you and your filth, and will be better for it. This is your death camp, Elliot. You made your bed, and now you get to die in it. Sincerely, Hadley. P.S. Amazing how much can change just a few years, isn't it? All because you were chasing a promotion. Incredible. I hope it was worth it. Oh yeah, if you decide you want to sort this out, I'll be down in the basement with Elijah. I've got a nice warm spot for him to get set up when he arrives. You've made sure there'll be plenty of blood. Hostile work conditions. Addendum 1730.6 received audio transmission. The following audio transmission was picked up on monitoring equipment on the morning of February the 1st, 2016. The transmission, both speech and the encrypted signal that followed, has been repeating on a continuous loop since it was first detected. The contents of the transmission are accessible below. There's an audio link to this. Thank you for the hydration reminder as well, Emerald. It's a minute and 20 seconds long, so let's play it. Reduce the volume first.
Hello. My name is Dr. Muhammad Scott, and I am a researcher within the SCP Foundation's Site 13 Temporal Studies Division. Myself and my team were abandoned within Site 13 during a recent catastrophic event, the full details of which we do not know. We are currently surrounded by hostile entities and other hazardous anomalies. Of the original 30 members of my team, only 12 remain. To any Foundation operatives listening on this channel, we are asking for assistance. Our supplies are dangerously low, as is our ammunition. Without aid, it is unlikely that we will last more than another month. Following this message will be an encrypted, adjusted VMS transmission, decipherable by standard 1980s Foundation technology. The information within that transmission will contain our location, as well as we can describe it. The transmission is wired by Deadman's switch to myself, and will be played on a continuous loop until such time that I die. Please help us. Thank you.
I don't like the fact that all the static just cleared up for him to say thank you. So Samsara on player yet? No, not yet. Addendum 1730.7 Updated Exploration Memorandum. In light of recent information gathered by Foundation surveillance teams, links to SCP-2664. I wasn't honest at all. No. It has been deemed pertinent to once again send exploration and recovery teams into Site 13. By order of Overwatch Command, 1730's containment procedures have been updated. Mobile Task Force Tower 5 Samsara is currently under consideration for deployment. Details to follow. Samsara are about to come on to play. Addendum 1730.8 Exploration Recovery Log Transcripts. Log 1. Exploration Video Log Transcript. Date redacted. Exploration Team Mobile Task Force Apollo 3 Game Wardens. Doom music on the horizon. Team Lead AP3 Ross. Team Members AP3 Houston, AP3 Noah, AP3 Ohalo, and AP3 Vigo. Begin log. Ross. Radio's live. Everyone's good? Vigo. Hang on. Come on, 60 seconds to insertion. Ross. Copy. Vigo, you good? Vigo. Yeah, I got it. Ross. We set? Houston. We're good. Ross. Alright, stay cool. Keep your lights on. If you see anything suspect, hit your visors. Footnote here. Each member of the AP3 team was equipped with a scramble visor unit, which was capable of possessing and filtering out to known anomalous memetic devices in near real time. These devices, which had been previously tested on other anomalous memes and active visual hazards, would passively filter out all known hazards, and could be activated to filter out all written language, drawing symbols, diagrams, etc. if they were believed to be a potential hazard. Excuse me, that was the thing they tried to use against SCP-076, I believe, or 056, whichever the one, you see it and it comes to kill you. And it worked. It's just, there was a small fraction of a second between it working and them seeing it, and it killed them. This would be called the Angels of Death, and 99% of the Foundation was atheistic. Yeah. Which page am I reading from again? SCP-1730. It is Addendum 1730.8, Exploration Recovery Log Transcripts. It gives everyone else a heads up. Remember, the internal topography of this place is unstable, so there's a pretty good chance we'll get separated. If we do, stay put until the place stabilizes and someone won't come pick you up. Use your broadcasters if no one is responding, and shoot anything that moves. Unless it's one of us. Probably. Noah, then definitely shoot. Team laughs. Command, 30 seconds to insertion. Ross, Houston, you take lead. Our information suggests this the entire entrance leads down a pretty long staircase. There shouldn't be any other doors we encounter until we hit the bottom, so we should be more or less safe until we get there. Got it? Houston, got it. Ross, any other questions? Hello, you're quiet back there. Hello, I'm good, boss. Ross, alright, that's all I want to hear. Command, 10 seconds to insertion. Vigo, here we go. Command, Game Wardens, you are clear to begin operation. Ross, let's roll. Team enters at 1730. As expected, initial interior space is a long descending staircase. AP3 Houston takes lead. Command, Team, we're monitoring you from here, but let us know if you hear, see or experience anything unexpected. Ross, copy. Team descends for 3 minutes. Interior of 1730 is unlit, with only luminescence coming from the shoulder mounted lights of MTF AP3. Ross, how are we looking? Houston, pretty good. I see a door up there, on the landing. Vigo, I see it. Ross, alright, that's unfortunate. Harlow, Noah, keep an eye on our backs when we pass it. Hang on. Team stops the landing. Houston tries the door, but it's locked. Harlow, there's air blowing under the door here. See where the dust is kicked up? Ross, yeah. Vigo, let's see that thermal camera. Vigo, alright, hang on. Here it is. 10 seconds of silence. Ross, yeah, no, I don't. Radio static. Not even going to begin to fuck with that. Let's keep going. Command, Team Lead, you copy? Is everything alright? Ross, yeah, we're good. Still descending. Command, affirmative. Just got some static. Wanted to make sure you were good. Team continues to descend for 3 more minutes. Harlow, light, look. Ross, yeah, command. There's a lot up ahead. Might be our exit. Eyes open. D descends for 2 minutes. Noah, shit. Vigo, whoa, what the fuck is that? Ross, god damn it. Alright, command. Be advised that the bottom of the stairwell is just missing. I don't know where the light we saw is coming from, but we go down about 3 more steps and we're in some sort of void. I don't see a bottom to it. Command, copy that. Hang tight, team. We're taking a look at this. Harlow, what if we drop something in it? See how far down it goes. Vigo, I mean, I can see how far down it goes, and it sort of looks like forever. Harlow shrugs. Command, Game Wardens, go ahead and proceed back up. We'll see about another insertion point. Houston, damn it. Ross, it's alright, we'll just... Vigo, Ross, look, it's not a void, it's a liquid. It's just not reflecting light, like at all, it's pitch black. Houston, looks sort of like water. Ross, hang on. Yeah, we're not going to fuck with that either. Command, how far are we to the bottom of this staircase? Command, 1 moment. You're about 15 meters below where we expected the stairwell to end. Ross, stellar. The topography is off here. Let's head back up a ways and see if we can find a different exit. Command, Team Lead, hold position for a moment. We're trying to determine your location right now. Noah, hey Chief. Ross, hold on. Noah, no, look, it's... Ross, shut up, I'm Houston. Oh fuck, it's rising. Ross, shit. Alright boys, time to go. Fuck. Black liquid begins to quickly rise behind MTF AP3. Team moves quickly up the stairwell in relative silence. Vigo, it's gaining on us. Fuck, come on. Houston, Jesus Christ, Hello, Houston, grab him. Ross, help. Ross, shit, don't. Houston, my legs. Fuck, my legs. Noah, there's another door up here. Hurry. Ross, hang on. Team enters door on the next landing. Door is slammed closed. Noah, holy Jesus, what happened to his legs? Ross, shit, Houston, are you? Houston, wait. Vigo, what? Command, what's happening? Do you read us? Ross, yeah, sorry, Command. All that happened quickly. Houston fell coming up the stairs and the legs got covered in that stuff. And now they're just gone. One clean cut, like they weren't even there. Houston, I can actually still feel them, guys. Like, I can see they're not there, but it doesn't hurt. And I think I could stand up. Harlow, what the fuck? Houston proceeds to stand up. He is missing his legs from his knees down, but appears to be floating as if they were still there. Vigo waves his hand underneath Houston's legs, which pass through the space unimpeded. Noah, Ross, oh right, so there's that. You're not hurting Houston? Houston, nothing feels different. Ross, okay, that's fucking crazy. Commander, do we know anything about this? Command, negative. Ross, alright, let's keep going then. Command, it looks like we're in a maintenance hallway or something similar. We've got pipes running up and down the walls, gauges and such. It's pretty warm here. Sounds like a light matter absorber. It really does. Harlow, there on the wall. What happened to Site 13? Ross, it's a recurring phrase that keeps showing up written on the walls here. Commander, do we know this is not a meme? Command, it isn't. None of the studies we ran uncovered any anomalous effects related to that phrase. We're still not sure why we keep finding it though. Ross, noted. Down this hall. Team continues in silence for 4 minutes. During this time, AP3 Noah's camera disconnects suddenly. The information was not promptly relayed to the task force. Houston, there's something up ahead, see? There at the corner. Vigo, is that a person? Ross, approach with caution. Safety's off. Team approaches target in silence. Upon reaching target, video feed shows a severely disfigured, rotted human corpse, age unknown, partially conjoined to the wall behind it. Several other spatial distortions are evident nearby, such as the ceiling and wall appearing to pull back into each other. This is unnoticed by AP3. Ross, oh shit. Good to finally see a familiar face. Guys, it's just Zachary. Harlow, thank God. Zachary, how'd you get down here? Science. Houston, us too, man. This place is fucked up. Look at my fucking legs, man. Look at this shit. Command. Team lead, please be advised you are under the effects of a powerful cognito hazard. We attempted to upload a filter to your scramble visors. One moment. Vigo. Nah, Command, it's alright. It's just Zachary. We go way back, don't we, buddy? Vigo playfully punches the corpse, dislodging its jaw. The corpse does not respond. Hate living buildings. Ross. Zachary, we're looking for some other people trapped in here. Do you know how to get to the lower levels? Science. Hello. Shit. Ross. Okay, so wait. What's below that? Science. Ross. Science. Houston. Shit, he's right. Where's Noah? The team turns and AP3 Noah is not seen. Ross. Oh shit. Zachary, stay here. Noah, do you read me? Noah, it's Ross. Do you hear me at all? Command, where the fuck is Noah? Command, that's uncertain, team lead. Be advised, the upload is complete. Please restart your visors for the filter to take effect. Team restarts their visors. Ross, there we go. What was it that's... Oh, gross. Come on, there's a body in the wall down here. It looks like it's been fused into or something. Our visors are ticking like crazy, too. Living buildings are pretty annoying, but living rooms are quite nice. God damn it, Nia. Command, acknowledge, team lead. Proceeding. Or proceed. Unless it's SCP-002. Houston, wait, look, back there. You see shimmering? Vigo, is that gas? Looks like a gas leak. Harlow, oh fuck no, look at the door. Look behind it. Fuck! Houston, shit! Noah, shit! Approaching MTF AP3 is a shimmering, transparent humanoid construct, apparently the source of the spatial anomalies in the area. As its feet touch the ground, the floor begins to warp with the space around them, stabilizing after the entity passes by. MTF AP Noah is visible hanging behind the entity, so the nature of the agent is uncertain, as the spatial anomaly he is caught in appears to be extremely severe, and very few of his features can be made out. Noah is seen attempting to move slightly, but continues to be twisted by the anomaly as it moves. Ross, fucking shoot it, goddammit! Open fucking fire! Shit! Guards may be strict and rude. It's fucking funny as well. MTF AP3 fires on the entity. As the bullets approach, the trajectory changes and they twist and spin around the entity before falling harmlessly on the floor and lodging in the ceiling. Oh, this isn't working, Chief. Vigo, my fucking arm! Shit! Vigo is seen turning, attempting to pull away from an unseen force. From AP3 Ahala's camera, a long, shimmering, transparent appendage is seen stretching towards Vigo, abstracting the wall closer to it as it moves. It wraps around Vigo's left arm, which begins to visibly distort. Vigo screams. Ross, Houston, the anchor! Houston, oh yeah! Houston produces a miniature portable Scranton reality anchor, which he powers on and lobs towards the entity. There's a flash of red light, and for a split second the entity becomes visible as an extremely disfigured, grotesquely elongated humanoid, which exists for only a second before the spatial distortions surrounding it are anchored and violently reset, creating a massive pressure wave within the confined space. The team is momentarily incapacitated. Vigo, oh my arm. Vigo's left arm is bright red, but otherwise unscathed. Harlow assists it. Harlow, the colour will go away. That's just the anchor cooling down. You good? Vigo, yeah, I'm alright, thanks. Ross, Jesus, Noah. Noah, you there? Silence. Ross, can any of you see Noah? Vigo, Ross, here, look, in the wall. As dust clears, Noah becomes visible, partially fused with the wall, ceiling and floor across 10 meters of hallway. The agent is unmoving. Houston, wretches. Oh, Harlow, indistinct muttering. Ross, God. Command, do you read me? Hello? Command, we read you, team lead. Ross, we've lost Noah. He's in the wall. Do you want us to proceed? Command, one moment. Vigo, use the thing we have specifically in these situations. Oh yeah, I forgot we had one of these. Just that moment, it's like, use the reality anchor. Oh yeah! Team lead, do you feel as if returning to the service would be more dangerous than continuing your mission? Ross, I have no way of knowing that. We have no way of knowing what's in here. Everything is so fucked it's incredible. I don't even know if we can get back, if we wanted to. None of the other teams have they? Command, that's correct. Ross, honestly, whatever happens down here can't be any worse than whatever we'd see on our way back. Probably doesn't make any difference. Ah, whatever, let's keep going. Command, affirmative, team lead. We're preparing another team to evac you in the event you reach your target. Insertion team time is 4 hours. Ross, you're seeing another task force in here? What, you just volunteered for that gig? Command, Samsara. Ross, oh. Alright, cool, I copy. Poking unholy laughter for what's to come. Team continues on for a short time, unimpeded. They pass through several other areas, including a ransacked infirmary, a cafeteria space melded into slag, and a wing of containment units identified as Olympia class. There are no less than 100 metres in height. Eventually, a team enters a room off the main hallway that appears to be a telecommunications centre. A single television is illuminated on the wall across from them. I'm going to have to mark where I am in that, and I'm going to have to be right back very quickly. I really need a bathroom break. Back in a sec. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Oh, and there's the hydrations. Snafu, just a normal food by day for the SCP field operatives. Yeah, sounds about right. Also SCP 729 JSLRS. Nice. Philip Dragon here, 781 family, so made you laugh and still smile. That's the effect that 666.5 stroke J has on me. I laugh so hard at that every single time. Alright, so thank you for the hydrations from DJ, N-Warb, and Torian in order. Back in DJ. Okay, back to this. Houston, this is weird. Ross, stay cool guys. Search this room and see if there's anything we can get that you can use topside. Vigo, these terminals have power. I'll collapse back up. There's a sound on the other end of the room, like static. Harlow and Houston move towards the illuminated television. Harlow, is something broadcasting through this? The screen flickers and the image appears. The interior of a standard containment cell is shown, though it is devoid of any comfort of belongings. A single red light behind the camera is on, poorly illuminating the space. A long finger is huddled in the corner. Houston, hang on, is that... Harlow, holy shit it is. Ross, what is it? Houston, it's Bobble the fucking clown. At the mention of the name, the figure in the corner looks towards the camera. Unidentified figure, what? What do you want? Who is it? Ross, Jesus. My name is Ephraim Ross. I'm an agent with the... Actually, hang on, who are you? The figure shifts sideways and more of its body becomes visible through the darkness. The red light illuminates his eyes, though little else of the figure can be made out. You're different. You smell different. You know I can smell you even from here. You don't know that though. They did, but you're not like them. They went to great lengths to figure that out. They knew, they know, they will know. Ross, you're Bobble the Clown, yeah? The figure slides slowly across the wall of the cell, just out of range of the red light. Its movements are noticeably erratic. It comes closer to the camera. They had a number for me once when I was Bobble, but your friends didn't like that number. Said we identified with the numbers. I am not Bobble, but I am a thing that used to be Bobble. You're not where you're supposed to be, gun buddy. You don't match the air in here. You're out of place, just like I am, just like we are. So if you go now, have a good evening day. No problem at all, Bob. Thanks for coming as long as you did. I'll see you next time. Ross, what happened here? Daddy Emerson played a tricky little game with the strings of the universe. He walked on them like a tightrope and was surprised when he fell. Tricky little Emerson didn't just want boxes. No, no, no. He wanted boxes full of ideas. Ideas like pain, horror, death. He worked very hard to stack those boxes on his string and broke the whole thing. And we all came tumbling down with him. Ross, how many other entities are in here? What else do you know? How many? How many entities were swallowed by Site 13? You silly, silly out of place boy. Silly little boy. Everything made its way into Site 13. If the Foundation could find it and the Coalition could catch it, it was fed into the meat grinder down here. Everything. They mulched us all. It was nothing to gain. Someone got lucky. Bobble got lucky, stuffed in a funny box and played with, toyed with, experimented with, to see what sounds we made when we wanted to die. Others were not so lucky. They burned the library, you know, held it upside down like a can of soup and let the contents run out into the furnace and burned the whole place up. They did other things too, worse things. Daddy Emerson liked it. He watched it all. Every time. Got his jollies off watching it. Holy shit, burning the library is no small feat. That's gonna fuck things up. Too cool, Pinhead. Ross, what worse things? The unidentified figure approaches the camera and comes fully into view, illuminated by the red light. A significant portion of its body is distorted by video static that moves as it moves. This static appears to be cutting into the tissue of the figure's body, creating large lacerations that ooze a dark yellow fluid. As it moves, the figure appears to be sloughing off large portions of its mass, which are replaced with static. Half of its face sloughs off as it nears the camera, and one eye becomes shrouded static. Every worse thing. Video. Chief, we're picking up something on the radio. I think the survivor's signal. We must be getting close. Ross. Alright, let's keep moving. Have fun, boys. Don't let the dead bugs bite. If you see Daddy Emerson down there, kill him. I'm not going to read out what he actually said, but you know, pretty much on that level, but worse. AP3 team passed out in the telecommunications room and into the main hallway. Following the strength and signal discovered by AP3 Vigo, they are near an area that appears to be a cryogenic containment unit, similar to those utilised in the defunct cryogenics Y-wing of Site 19. As they pass through this area, Command loses the signal of each member of the team, with only intermittent static being broadcast. This continues for 30 minutes before a signal is received again. Houston, Command? Command, are you there? Do you read me? Command, Houston, we read you. Are you right? Is everything all right? There, sorry. I'll do that again, less garbled. Houston, we read you. Are you alright? Is everyone alright? Houston, oh shit, thank God. We've been trying to reach you forever. Yeah, we found the survivors. They're holed up down here in... I don't know what you'd call this place, but it's not conducive to habitation. We're looking at 20, maybe 30 people. We found some other agents files too. A few mole rats and a guy from the Travellers. They all ended up down here. Command, are you prepared to evac? Houston, yeah. So that's not going to happen the way I think we wanted to. Not currently. It's a whole lot worse than here than we'd anticipated. The Command. I don't know how they even locked some of this stuff up, but suffice to say that every single containment cell is broken open. And this shit is real. Like, really real. We keep hearing things down the hallways nearby. I think whatever out there is looking for us. I think they're angry. If they find us, we don't have the bullets to keep them down, let alone get these people out. Command, where's Ross? Houston, he's been trying to get some defences ready with the others in case they come tonight. It's not looking good, you know. I don't know if you guys had a backup plan, but we'll take any ideas. Command, how long have you been down there? Houston, maybe 3 days? Command, affirmative. Apollo 3 team, be advised we are activating and inserting Tau 5 for rescue and recovery. Houston, fuck yes, tell them to hurry. End log. Recovery log 1. Extraction and recovery video log transcript. Date redacted. Exploration team, Mobile Task Force Tau 5 Samsara. Team lead T5 Irantu. Team members T5 Munru, T5 Onru, T5 Nanku. Note: the following is an audio-video transcript of an extraction and recovery mission carried out by the members of Mobile Task Force Tau 5 Samsara after contact by Mobile Task Force AP3 game wardens with human survivors within SCP-1730. The AP3 team had requested assistance in extracting the survivors due to the large number of hostile entities within the site. Say hi to the cyborg clones of a dead god. Oh, good god. Each member of MTF Tau 5 was outfitted with a number of cybernetic enhancements per the specifications of their design, including arm-mounted incendiary cannons, shock-absorbing leg extensions, heat-resistant plating, built-in scramble adaptations within the eyes, and others. Tau 5's insertion point was a drainage gate near the secondary entrance the AP3 team had inserted through. Oh my god. Begin log. Irantu, we're plugged in. Site command, do you read me? Command, we do. 60 seconds to insertion. Nanku, so, how dangerous should this mission be considered? Munru, not a single person they've sent has come out. Considerably. Nanku, acknowledged. This should be engaging. Irantu, team, check your optics. Last thing we need is somebody succumbing to a mimetic hazard. Nanku, understood. I'm good. Munru, also good. Arano, also Onru, I'm good. Irantu, good. Remember, all looking here to do is extract the survivors. We're not attempting to contain anything. If you see something nasty, put it down. Put simply, this delete. I can now see why Pokey said about the Doom music. This is essentially Doom Guy. If Doom Guy worked for the SCP Foundation, this would be him. This would be him. Irantu, good. Remember, all we're looking to do... Oh, sorry. Nanku, as always. Munru, I don't need to be convinced. Command, team, you are 36 to insertion. 10 seconds to insertion. Tau 5, you are cleared to begin extraction and recovery. Irantu, let's go. T5 team enters SCP-1730 through the drainage gate under the secondary office structure. Each team member activates their shoulder-mounted lamp, illuminating the tunnel. After a short time, the team reaches another gate. Several large drainage pipes are visible behind the gate. Munru, look, up against the gate. Bodies. No fewer than 20 charred humanoid forms in varying stages of destruction are pushed up against the bottom of the gate. Several arms are pushed through the gate and are reaching out towards the tunnel. Nanku, these look very burned. Where do you think they came from? Irantu, hard to say. Can't imagine they would have made it far in this condition. Munru, there's an incinerator near here, right? Near that body pit we keep hearing about? Maybe they came from here. There. Nanku, an incinerator? Irantu, that's as good a place to start as any. Let's go into those pipes there. T5 cuts through the gate and scales the wall behind it to the largest of 3 drainage pipes. Team continues for a short time. Enroute, the temperature is rising. Irantu, I notice as well. Must be getting close. Munru, we're descending right now too. This is strange. Shouldn't the drainage pipe run out, not in? Nanku, maybe. Maybe it's affected by topographical abnormalities. Irantu, likely. Enroute, Irantu, the wall's weak here. I can hear echoing under the side of it. Irantu, what's over there? Onru, hang on. A hallway, I think. Irantu, I see. Alright, we'll split up here. Munro, you and Nanku see where this tunnel leads out. Onru and I will go through the wall and see what's on the other side. Nanku, and if we get killed? Irantu, don't get killed. Nanku, understood. T5's team splits up, with T5, Nanku and Munro following the drainage pipe towards the source of the heat, and T5, Irantu and Onru going through the thin walls of the hallway beyond. Irantu and Onru managed to break down the concrete wall between the drainage pipe and the hallway beyond. Within the hallway are several bare offices, barely lit by dim overhead lights. The entire area appears to have been abandoned for some time. Irantu and Onru look for an elevator or stair access, but find nothing. After a short time, Onru finds a door that opens into a control room. A large glass observation window is obscured by some dark material. Many of the controls in this room have been destroyed. Onru, this is the control room for the incinerator, see? It says Incinerator 1 over there, and below it says Body Pit Access Below. Irantu, I've never heard of a furnace that needed its own control room. What's blocking the window there? Blast shields? Onru, no. No. These are bodies. And garbage. Refuse. Congealed and coagulated. Look, you can see the faces. Irantu, I see it. Our intel said that one of the engineers had blocked up the drainage pipes out of here. Nanko and Munro are probably going to run into that. I wonder if there's another way down there. I thought we would be able to go down through the incinerator. Onru, hang on. Onru proceeds to look over the controls on a relatively undamaged controller near the observation window. As she does, Nanku and Munro appear at the door. Munro, it's blocked. Something has turned the end of that pipe into slag. Tried to punch through it, but it's pretty thick. Thank you for the hydration reminder, Torian. Nanku, I broke my hand on it. Look, holds up her hand, which is undamaged. It was broken, I mean. Irantu, quiet. Onru's looking for something. Onru, got it. Onru throws a large switch and turns several nearby knobs. There's an immense groaning sound and the mass in front of the window begins to spin slowly. Nanku, interesting. There is a jolt, as if something is broken free, and the mass begins to spin rapidly and slowly descend. There is a distinct sound of a turbine spooling up. The team's internal temperature gauges begin to register a steady increase in heat. Munro, it's dropping. Look down there, see? The mass has cleared the window, revealing a massive cylindrical chamber on the other side, at least 300 meters in diameter and roughly 400 meters deep. At the center of the chamber is a massive shaft, extending the full height of the chamber, attached to several large turbines. As the turbines spin, the mass of the chamber is turned into a slurry. Near the top of the chamber, there are several pilot lights. Large holes are present around the outside of the chamber. Onru, alright, and then Onru throws another switch and the pilot lights are ignited. Enormous streaks of fire cascade down from the ceiling of the chamber, scorching the mass below. Additional jets of flame begin to emit from the walls of the chamber. Irantu, look down near the bottom. There's a sluice gate that looks like it's leading away from here. Over there, see? Can you get the door open? Onru, yeah. Got it. Large circular door opens near the bottom of the pit, above the level of the matter within. Munro, excellent. Though I still don't know how you think we're going to get in there. The pipe is blocked. Nanku extends her arm and fires several rounds from a wrist-mounted projectile weapon at the glass in front of them. The glass cracks and shatters, exposing the room around them to the heat of the chamber. Munro, straightforward. Nanku, one does what one can. The team enters the incinerator and jumps down to the ledge below, near another drainage pipe. They make their way through the vast chamber, avoiding the spinning blades and ever-descending biological slurry around them. Munro, something unpleasant took place here. Nanku, oh? Munro, yeah, in fact, shoots a glance at Nanku. All of this has to be drained somewhere, likely out below us through one of these fissures. Irantu, we don't have time to find out. We'll follow this pipe down and see where it goes. Team enters the open door and descends down a drainage pipe a short distance, before it empties into a large cistern. The team enters the cistern, which is lit above from by a large glowing plant-like structure. Nanku, interesting. What do you think that is? Onru, I don't know. At the sound of their voices, the glowing structure begins to shake slowly, and thousands of glowing spinning pods are released from its body. As they fall, they brightly illuminate the entire chamber. Munro, look, the shadows. The glowing pods create vaguely humanoid shadows on the wall of the cistern, which act in an anomalous manner. These shadows appear to reach their hands up or forward, as if towards the team. As the pods reach a slow blow, they extinguish and the shadows disappear. Irantu, alright, which way do we go? Munro, this is a drainage pipe leading away from the incinerator. The incinerator is underneath the power station, which is the edge of the compound. As far as we can tell, we need to go northwest from there. So, hang on. Look over there. Nanku, at what? Munro, at the wall. Something is seeping through it. Was that there before? Onru, no. Irantu approaches the wall. It's black and shiny and definitely seeping. Something is pushing through. Nanku, what does that mean? What is it? Drainage? Munro, unlikely. It's probably run off the reactor. Or... Enru approaches the wall. No, it's blood. It's leeches. Iranzu, what? Enru, look. Enru points to a spot on the wall illuminated by their shoulder-mounted lamps. At that spot, a thick flow of black liquid is seeping between a crack in the wall, and something small is wriggling within the crack. The team zooms in on the spot, revealing a small, writhing leech pushing its way through the spot. It breaks through and falls to the ground. Nanku, it's a leech. What does that mean? Munru, nothing good. A small leech moves towards the biological slurry at their feet and begins to ingest it. As it does, the leech slowly begins to grow in size. Enru, more of them, in the wall, there, pushing through. The team look backwards towards the wall, where several spouts of black fluid are beginning to pour through various cracks on its surface. Several more small leeches are squirming through these cracks. Irantu, Enru, what do you see? Enru, something below us. It's huge, covered in other people's blood, reaching up towards us. These are like fingers. They all communicate back to the host. Bring me a leech. Munru, what? Nanku, you're kidding. Enru, no, bring me one. They're telepathic. They're communicating that way. I need a leech. Irantu moves across the room before grabbing a leech off the ground. As he pulls it away from the liquid, it struggles and squirms, biting several large chunks out of its hand. Irantu, peculiar. Here. Enru, alright, one moment. Enru extends her left hand towards the leech, which opens up to reveal a series of long, delicate metallic rods with pointed tips. She maneuvers the rods into the flesh of the creature, near the base of the brain. Enru, there, let's see. They heard the incinerator activate. They're hungry. They're coming up here to eat. A lot of them. The host is down below us, but I can't see that far down. If I look at the neural activity of the entire network of entities, I can map out the areas they're in. Let me see if I can do something with that. There we go, you should all have it on your retos now. Irantu, clever. Thank you. So we're looking at a map? Seems too distorted to be a map. Enru, ongoing topographical changes means that despite the changes in the structure of the site, it's also located within our local reality. It's just unstable. Mumru, do we know where this thresher device is? Enru, probably something to do with this section. Here, if you follow logical structure design based on evidence provided in this map, there should be a whole extra wing here, but there aren't any leeches down that way. Yeah, I can see a conduit running to that area. That's where the thresher machine is. Irantu, what about our recovery? Enru, this area here. Several corridors lead to a large research wing. Most of them have been blocked off. Every now and then, one of the ends of the network goes dark here. The survivors are in there. Irantu, what's the fastest way in from where we're at now? One moment. Oh, sorry, Enru. One moment. 3 paths to choose from, each with different potential hazards. The first takes us furthest down this pipeline until we reach a waste treatment facility within the plant. This is the longest route, but from that facility it's a very direct shot towards the survivors. The second path drops us into another system below this, which leads directly to the large chamber here. The leech is in there. I can hear it right now. It's wondering why this one hasn't come back. Irantu, and the third? Enru, the third route takes us through this area here, which is queer. I can hear the leeches as they move around the site. They're noisy, uncoordinated, act on impulse and without much finesse. This area, they're all very quiet. They go in and out for something, but they do it very, very quietly. Nanku motions towards the ground at her feet. Look at this leech, it's the size of a cat already. Munru, any other entities in there? Enru, I can't tell. Leeches follow a single path in and a single path out. They don't stray from it and they don't look around. Irantu, which is the fastest path? Enru, the last one is the fastest. We'll follow this tunnel towards the service door and follow a staircase towards the bottom. Once we're there, there's another hallway off to the left that takes us past that area. Or through it, maybe. And the other side is back entrance to our research wing. Irantu, alright. That's the one we'll take then. Thank you. A shame. Here I thought we'd be shooting leeches. Irantu, you'll have plenty of chances on our way out, I'm sure. We need to get these people out quickly. Enru, does it feel to you like the leeches are trying to get to the wing where survivors are? Lots of stuff's going towards Mori. Enru, yes, there's plenty of blood in this site, but not all of it is still warm. They'll be coming for them soon. Team leaves cistern and follows drainage pipe west. Eventually, the team reaches a service door lit by a single flickering lamp. Munru, there's something written on this door. Blood. Nanku, here on the wall too. Look, what's it written in? Irantu, wait. Enru, look. Enru amplifies her shoulder-mounted spotlight, illuminating the entire wall of the tunnel. The word blood is repeated over and over, scrawled across the surface of the wall in thick black substance. Enru turns left, illuminating several desiccated corpses in a corner at the end of the tunnel, all of which are covered in and seeping the same fluid. Nanku, that's unsettling. Irantu, come on, don't waste time. The team enters the service door, revealing a partial staircase. The stairs above them are intact, but the stairs below them are destroyed. The walls of the staircase are covered in cracks through which seeps a black fluid. Mumru lights a flare and drops it, and the team watches it fall. After a short time, the flare lands with a slight splash, revealing the floor below. Thank you. How large is this site? Onru. Site 19 has at least 50 underground floors and no fewer than 80 individual wings. Considering what we know about Site 13, it's unlikely these are at least twice as many of each, if not more. The Euclid class containment cells alone are as large an entirety of Site 81. Munru, which means there could be worse things down there that nobody's seen yet. Irantu, it's almost certain. Irantu leaps from the landing and lands near the flare, his implants absorbing the majority of the impact. The rest of the team follows suit. As the bottom from the stairwell, there's another door into a hallway, and the team enters it. Irantu, where to now? Onru, about 200 meters down this hallway, on the right. There are several security doors, but I think they've all been disabled. Through there is, I think, the data storage center. It's big and lined with vents that lead to the cooling towers at the surface. Munru, where the leeches start acting strange? In there. Onru, in there. Munru, wonderful. Team moves down the hallway. Nanku at point, flanked by Onru and Munru, and then Irantu watching the rear. As they pass, they check each door to see if they're locked. Most doors lead to the network maintenance area, though notably one door leads to the telecommunications room previously visited by the AP3 team. One screen on the firewall appears to have been busted from the inside out. Nanku, look here, this is the door to the server area. Munru, what's that door there? Irantu, it's marked as the stairs to cryonics. If I had to guess, I'd say it probably goes up to the next levels and C2 right on top of this room. Acts as insulation for the data center. Munru, can we go through it? Irantu, which way is faster, Onru? Onru, the only way I can see is through the server room. There weren't any leeches up there. That's very strange. There's certainly plenty of access points to that room. Very strange. Irantu, through the server room then. Come on. Team enters through the doors of the server room. They pass through several more security doors, all of which are unlocked. As they do so, the external temperature drops severely and stays steady at roughly minus 20 degrees Celsius. Irantu motions for the team to activate their internal heating coils to protect their internal organs from damage due to exposure. As the team proceeds down the hallway to the server room, Nanku's scramble optical implant begins to activate, signaling that an anonymous meme is being filtered out. However, Nanku has previously disabled his visual cue for the warning on her optical overlay, instead of relying on the audio cue that accompanied the implant. The audio warning does not trigger at all. It is not until the team enters the primary server room that Onru realizes that no sound is audible at all, regardless of the source. Thinking at first that it might be her auditory implant, Onru removes the implant and restarts it, but after establishing it's functioning properly, she attempts to communicate this with Irantu. Irantu motions for the team to hold and attempts to discern the source of the dominant influence. As they do, each of the other team's members receives warning that their scramble filters are being triggered. Munru motions towards the door they entered through, but Irantu motions towards the back of the server area, towards the research wing. Just during the silent discussion that Nanku first notices movement across the large room, motioning for his teammates to stay still. Each team member begins to hear a quiet whining sound, which slowly grows in intensity. As they huddle up, Munru notices writing on one of the server racks, written in black fluid that says "Silence," and then "Don't look." He motions towards the rack, and the team acknowledges it. Irantu motions for the team to move towards the far wall, and then slowly proceed between the server racks towards the back exit. Suddenly, Onru catches a momentary glimpse of a large entity across the room, and stops her teammates from advancing. She looks around the corner and sees the entity again as it comes back into view. The entity is a massive, multi-limbed figure. The primary structure of the entity is a floating, cross-legged humanoid construct with 6 legs, 18 arms, and 36 forearms attached to 72 hands. That's spread out a lot. Each limb moves independently, gesturing and posing in constant, sudden, jerking movements. The entity does not have a head, but instead has a large, flat, circular structure attached to its upper chest that is covered in a number of large symbols and glyphs which glow with a bright white light against the entity's dark grey-brown skin. On each of the entity's arms are a gold band attached to a chain which drags to the ground when not being pulled around in one of the entity's gestures. The golden bands are etched with glyphs later identified as being powerful anti-kinetic hazards. Footnote: from the Site 13 research file on 86243AR/001 Malidromugan, study of the activated 001 has led to the event of kinetology, the study of kinetism. Kinetolographs or kinetohazards are mental and physical hazards that occur when an entity performs specific gestures and movements that interact with multiple spatial dimensions simultaneously, often with disastrous consequences. An anti-kinetic hazard, designed to negate the effect of the advanced kinetohazard, is typically the inverse of the kinetoglyph being performed. Those can take the form of certain symbols and glyphs instead of being just the inverse of the actual gesture, as doing so with entities such as 001 would be impossible. See Addendum 1739 3.9 for details. Though the chains are broken and the anti-kineto hazards are inactive, most notably a single severely emaciated, severely charred human figure is bound to the flat circular structure of the entity's head. This figure twists against its restraints and appears to be screaming, like the whining sound heard through the entity's mutating kineto hazard. Footnote 4. From the Site-13 research file on kineto hazards, using 7 of its hands, 001 is capable of producing an advanced kinetoglyph named Alili in the Sacred Sack of Arts, which silences all but the most intense sounds in an area. That's kind of unsettling. As the entity performs its gestures, the glyphs on its head illuminate rapidly, often causing burns where the human skin comes into contact with them, creating further distress and increasing the volume of the whining. Onru also noted that some aspect of the entity is creating a severe malfunction in her optical implants, singeing the circuits responsible for handling scrambled calculations. She looks away, ejecting the implants before they damage her retinas, and motions to the rest of the team to not looking at the entity directly. The team acknowledges and they continue to move forward. Suddenly, the whining becomes dramatically louder and begins to draw close to the team. Munro drops a proximity mine from his pack, and then another a short distance away. As they flee away from the entity, streaks of blue electricity begin to arc between the server racks, and the ground beneath them begins to shift as if it was made of sand. As Nanku threatens to fall into the ground, there is a muffled wave of pressure behind him as the first proximity mine detonates, and the ground solidifies. The team turns a corner, and the back entrance to the room comes into view. From above them they can see a hole in the ceiling exposed to the Cryonics laboratory, and briefly a complicated containment cell is visible, though it is thoroughly destroyed. The team moves swiftly towards the door, as white-hot glyphs begin to appear on the ground beneath them, and in the air around them. The team manages to duck and weave through the symbols, but T5 Nanku catches her left arm on a glyph in the air and it bursts into flames. Irantu, having seen this from his position behind Nanku, fires his weapon at her shoulder, removing the arm. It falls to the ground and explodes into a cinder. Munro reaches the door first and throws it open, and Onru follows immediately afterwards. Nanku stumbles through, collapsing on the other side as Irantu comes up last, just before closing the door. Irantu turns to look at the entity closing in behind them, which at this point was a barely visible blur of gestures, fiery gliss, and inhuman whine. As the door swings closed, Irantu zooms in on the humanoid figure strapped to the entity's head, enough to see the word Emerson seared into the flesh of the figure, as if from a melted patch of fabric. Irantu slams the door closed and immediately ejects his optical implants. The team rushes down the corridor away from the security door, and slowly the sound of footsteps can be heard around them. They reach a large open space in between several hallways and stop to catch their breath. Mumru, I don't believe I know how to respond to whatever that was. What was that? Irantu, I have no idea. I've never seen anything like it. Onru, there was a human stretched through its head. Did you see that? Nanku, I did. I think it was shouting. Pauses and looks to stump her arm. I'll likely miss that arm later. Irantu, you'll be right, just be careful. Nanku, like I needed it anyway. I've got another. Besides, Nanku swings her shoulder out of flamethrower to her left shoulder and detaches it so it hangs below where a missing arm should be. What was I really going to use that arm for anyway? Irantu, noted. Everyone alright? Mumru, no worse for wear. Nanku, I'm fine. Mumru, I'm alright too. We're here, look. The team turns to see the hallway to their immediate east, which has been barricaded and filled with a substantial amount of explosive and incendiary equipment. Irantu, good. He puts a barricade. Hello? This is Tower 5, Irantu. Is anyone there? We're here to get you out. Hello? Maybe we're too late. I'm sorry. There was silence, then Munru. Maybe we're too late. Irantu, we're not too late. Hello, is anyone there? Can you... There is a shuffling sound, and a large wooden crate has moved slightly. A dark face can be seen in the space between... in the crate and the wall. Munru laughs. Irantu, Captain! New connection to the local transmission network is 8 and 9. Mole Rats, Captain Hollis. Hollis, oh boy, the goddamn Power Rangers! They told me about you! You look like you've been hit by a train! Munru, oh, something like that. Hollis, well, come on then, we don't have much time left. Team moves towards the opening in the crates. As Munru and Nunku pass through, Onru pauses. Irantu notices this and turns to look. Onru, Irantu, look. Leeches. Black cracks have begun to form on the walls of the atrium behind them, and wriggling black leeches start to fall out of them, accompanied by a thick black fluid. Irantu. Ah. Addendum 1730.9. Extraction log transcripts. So there's about eight more logs including this next one, and then we're done. After which I'll be ending the stream because it's already past normal stream end time. Excuse me. Extraction video log transcript. Date redacted. Recovery team. Mobile Task Force Tower 5 Samsara. Exploration Team, Mobile Task Force Apollo 3 Game Wardens. Exploration Team, Mobile Task Force Z9 Mole Rats. Team Lead, T5 Orantu, Z9 Hollis, AP3 Ross. Team Members, T5 Monru, T5 Onru, T5 Nanku, AP3 Houston, AP3 Vigo, AP3 Ohio, Z9 Moros, Z9 Willow. Notes: the following is an audio-video transcript of an extraction and recovery mission carried out by members of Mobile Task Force 5 Samsara after having made contact with 5 members of MTF Apollo 3 and Zeta 9. Aside from the members of the Mobile Task Forces, the team was tasked with recovering 27 surviving members of Site-13 staff, including Dr. Mohammed Scott, a Site-13 Assistant Director of Temporal Studies. Several of these individuals have sustained significant injuries, further increasing the difficulty of extraction efforts. Members of Mobile Task Force Alpha 20 Holy Divers were stationed above ground and were prepared to move into aid extraction efforts once the recovery team had escaped the lower level of the site. And now I just got Dio in my head for that Holy Diver. Begin log. Irantu. Mic's on. Vigo. Are we really worried about recording all this? Ross. Hey Vigo, shut the fuck up. Do what he says. Hollis. Your lead, Power Ranger. Irantu. Thank you. Onru has provided an evacuation plan. I will let her explain it. Onru. Our travel paths from this position are compromised by the entity in the data center and the creature of the atrium. After speaking with Dr. Scott and his team, we have devised a route that leads us as far away from the current major threats as possible. Unfortunately, our information on all threats is incomplete. Even Dr. Scott was not privy to information on all contained entities within the site. As such, we should still proceed with extreme caution. This is likely already well understood. You're not the only one who immediately went to Dio. Houston. Yeah, just a bit. Willow. Alright, so what's the route we're taking? Onru produces a topographical map. Our entry routes are here and here. The largest obstacles we are experiencing currently are the spatial instabilities within the lower levels of the site. On the suggestion of Dr. Scott and Captain Hollis, our route will first travel to the section of the facility where the thresher device is contained. This device is the cause of the instabilities, and while it is not possible to completely disable the device without risking our own lives or the lives of above ground personnel, we should be able to reduce power to the device long enough for us to create a stable path to the surface following this route here. Hollis. I got lost once shortly after our insertion ended up in that room. I was attacked by a number of creatures that were difficult to perceive, likely due to some later anti-mimetic effects. I was able to escape them, but there's still no doubt there. That machine draws a frankly impossible amount of energy from some energy source elsewhere in the site, and those creatures are so off of it. So, there's that. Every time you say Houston catches you off guard, you made him ha ha. Vigo. Why don't we send a team ahead to disable the machine, then meet up with them before heading up? Irantu, we won't have enough time, and the probability of success drops dramatically if we split up our team. Once the device is powered down, it's likely we'll have less than an hour to make our escape before it rips its failsafes and powers back up again. We will just have to make our push from there, hoping it buys us enough time. Vigo, alright, cool. Irantu, your assignments are as follows. Tower 5 will take point, Apollo 3 will take the right and left flanks, and Zeta 9 will take up the rear. The healthiest survivors will stay in the back, and those with the more serious injuries will be near the front near Tower 5. In the event that we are flanked or assaulted, follow typical multi-force defensive assignments, while allowing Tower 5 to intercept the higher threats. Monroe, maintain clear lines of communication. Tower 5 and the task force captains have channel priority. Keep chatter to a minimum, you will all have plenty of time to speak once we reach the surface. Hollis, our priority now is extracting these people and staying alive, unless you're in Samsara, in which case I guess you guys are free to do what you want. For the rest of us mortals, it doesn't help us to let the Power Rangers get mulched, since we're likely shit out of luck if they go belly up. Irantu, agreed. Does anyone else understand our mission? All task force members are in agreement. Irantu, acceptable. I will take point. We need to move quickly. Gather your things, prepare the civilians, and we will leave shortly. Teams break to assemble in their formation. Civilian survivors have briefed on mission plan and positioned in the middle of the block. Willow, Captain, at the main door. There are leeches coming under the door. Hollis, shit. Irantu, we need to roll. Irantu, agreed. Let's move out. Monroe, Nanku, collapse the main door. We will exit expeditiously out the side. Nanku, gladly. The block moves out of a side door towards the side hallway. Nanku and Monroe hang back to set explosive charges around the door frame. Leeches are beginning to work their way under the door frame and through cracks in the wall. As they step away from the door, Nanku opens her flamethrower on the leeches. Monroe, I cannot say you're making a difference, Nanku. There are likely more leeches everywhere. Nanku, this is very satisfying to me. Can use the burning leeches through the walls. It is delicious. Monroe and Nanku move quickly to join the rest of the group, which has begun moving down the side of the hallway. As they pass through the first door, there's an explosion, and the building around them shakes. From beneath the group, a loud, uncanny screaming sound is heard. Ross, think they know when moving? Irantu, undoubtedly. The group continues down a series of hallways towards the stairwell, stopping occasionally to check for hostile entities. After a short time, Monroe calls a halt. Monroe, my optics are pinging. Strange. Move everyone back, I'll scout ahead. Mumru comes around the corner of the hallway, weapon drawn. His scramble optical implant highlights the dangerous meme on the wall at the far end of the hallway. A vaguely human identity, the same entity as seen during a previous remote drone exploration of 1730, is seen drawing on a wall with a long curved finger. Mumru projects an image of the entity to Nanku, who rounds the corner behind Mumru. Hold. Suddenly, the entity turns toward Mumru and Nanku and opens a single white eye, which is immediately processed and blocked by the scramble units. The entity begins to move very quickly down the hallway, changing dramatically as it moves. The entity becomes considerably larger and its long robe flares out to either side, exposing additional hazards that are blocked by the scramble units. Mumru and Nanku raise their weapons and fire. The creature reels back as it's struck by bullets, with large holes opening across its flesh. Mumru reloads, loading incendiary rounds, and fires again, setting the creature on fire. As it staggers backwards, the entity begins to scratch madly against the wall to the right, seemingly attempting to dig through the wall away from the gunfire. Nanku takes one more shot, striking the entity in its eye and causing it to collapse onto the ground. Irantu, is everything alright? Mumru, it appears so. Suddenly the hallway shakes violently. The floor beneath the collapsed humanoid entity crumbles and falls away, revealing a large hole beneath the floor. Within the hole, a long, slick black creature covered in blood-red eyes with a mouthful of many rows of long, sharp teeth. As it bursts through the floor, a cascade of small leeches are propelled into the hallway. The human identity slips through the destroyed floor and falls into the mouth of the large creature, which lets out a large scream as it devours the entity. Long, wet appendages snake into the hallway as Nanku and Mumru begin to retreat. Nanku opens her flamethrower again, warding off the approaching small leeches. So one small change. There we are. So, the next SCP is, there's not going to be a next SCP. I'm going to be ending it after this because, my good God. There's still a lot and we're now going at quarter past stream end time. Hollis, what's going on? Nanku, we need to find a different route, quickly. Irantu, follow me. The group moves past the collapsed hallway as Mumru and Nanku provide cover fire. They pass through the custodial dormitory and exit into the maintenance area behind it. Onru, over there, we can take this path towards the machine. Mumru, we're right behind you, but I'm beginning to think this creature is far larger than we anticipated. More gunfire. Irantu, Onru, take point, we'll move now. Team moves down a long maintenance hallway. The hallway curves to the left, opening out into a large space of loading equipment and machines. Several large loading docks are visible in the back of the room, though each one's collapsed and destroyed. Hollis, Irantu, the walls here are seeping. We can't stay here long. Irantu, one moment. Mumru, Nanku, how far back are you? Silence. Mumru, Nanku, please report. Mumru, Irantu, Nanku's damaged. We're not going to be able to gunfire. Ready to view with you immediately. Onru, do keep us updated on your position. I'll let you know when we can regroup. Irantu, understood. The group moves to the far end of the maintenance warehouse, exiting through a pair of doors leading to the staff break room. Black fluid seeps through the walls. The group has to stop briefly to bandage up a survivor whose wounds had begun bleeding again. A loud screeching sound is heard nearby, and the group begins moving again. They enter into another hallway, leading in the direction of the thresher wing. As they move through the hall, Onru hears a distinct sound. Irantu, wings. Irantu, how many? Onru pauses. Many, more than I can count. They are very small, but there's a great multitude of them. Hollis, you got anything else useful, Power Girl? Onru, a tinkling sound, like crystal on crystal. Ross, fuck, crystal butterflies, it has to be that. We'll get shredded. Irantu, unlikely. The group moves towards the sound, which continues to grow louder until it becomes a cacophonous sound that seems to be right above them. Houston, God, what's that coming from? Ross, steady now, Onru, Irantu, the vent. In front of them, a grate on the ceiling vent falls to the floor, and a cloud of sparkling crystal butterflies begins to fill the hallway. Irantu sees the butterflies and turns back to the group. Irantu, everybody down, please. As the group drops to the ground, Irantu runs towards the cloud of butterflies. He disappears briefly. After a short moment, there is a burst of flame that arcs upwards into the vent, and the sound of shattering crystal can be heard above them. As the smoke clears, Irantu becomes visible again. The majority of his flesh has been shredded by the wings of the butterflies, and his entire body is scorched. Significant amounts of flesh hang loose from his body. Skin on his back is blackened and blistered, and a thick metal implement is now visible through the scorched flesh. Onru stands and approaches him. Imagine this is a good movie. Yeah, I love how calm he is. Yeah, everybody down, please. Onru, are you able to continue? Irantu, of course. Houston, Jesus fucking Christ, man, are you alright? Irantu, yes. Why wouldn't I be? I love these guys. I love Samsara. The group moves through another hall seeping with black fluid, and then another, but the third hallway is clean and relatively untouched. They ascend a short staircase before coming to a stop before a thick vault door. Hollis, the machine is behind this door. I came out this way, but the door's sealed behind me. I don't know how to unlock it. Irantu, Dr. Scott, do you know how to open this door? Dr. Scott, audible through Hollis's mic. No, I never had access to this chamber. En route, I was hoping Mumru would be here. I did not think I could open this door. Suddenly, there is a resounding click, and the door in front of them slowly opens. A monitor next to the door illuminates, and a dark room is visible on it. In the back of the room, hidden in shadows, an indistinct humanoid entity waves. A harsh electronic static sound, vaguely reminiscent of laughter, can be heard through an unseen speaker. You're welcome. Oh, Tanny. Oh, Tanny. It's so long down here with us. It's so long and sharp, Tanny. Why did you make me hurt? Oh. The voice screen powers off. Ross, that's a pretty fucked up clown. Irantu, come, hurry. The group enters the chamber beyond. The room is very dark, with a multitude of dim green lights visible on the walls of the room. Based on the luminescence of the lights and the apparent distance of them from each other, the room appears to be several hundred meters in diameter. Near the back of the room, a tower of circling green lights is visible. Hollis, hey Power Rangers, can you see anything in here? You have dark vision or something here? My visor is shot. Irantu, Onru and I were forced to eject our implants after they were damaged by a powerful mech entity. Ross, my visor works. Hang on. Alright, so there's some kind of machine near the back of the room, under those lights. I can't really make any of it out from here, but it's there. I don't see... Oh shit, yeah I do. On the ceiling, those are... Fuck, there are a lot of those things. Hollis, what are they? Ross, I honestly don't know. I can't make them out. They're definitely fucking with perception. I don't think they've seen us. Seriously, there might be 500 of those things. Irantu, that would be more than Onru and myself can deal with. You need to make a decision. Either attempt to disable the machine without attracting their attention, or find a way to dispatch these creatures. I am, of course, willing to accept ideas. Vigo, I mean, we could blow them up. Houston has explosives. That's a lot of them to try and get all at once, though. Morris, hang on. They're feeding on the power from this thing, aren't they? Why don't we try and get that machine to draw a lot of power to some unnecessary system first, and shock them, like flexing when a mosquito bites you? Onru, maybe. It's more likely that suddenly there's a massive disturbance beneath the chamber. To the left of the group, roughly 100 meters away, there's an explosion and the wall falls away. From within the wall emerges a long, slick black appendage covered in red eyes. The eyes open simultaneously. Houston, fuck. There's a screeching sound, and from above them many hundreds of short, imperceptible entities fall from the ceiling. The black entity in the wall begins to lash out at the small entities, attempting to pull them in towards a mouth that has appeared on its front. The creatures fly towards the larger creature and begin to tear at it with claws, though many are shoveled into the open mouth of the creature. Irantu, huh, that works as well. Onru, get to the machine. The rest of you get back to the hallway. We will not have much time. The group retreats into the hallway outside a large room. Onru sprints across the chamber as more and more of the small entities fall from the ceiling and attack the black creature. Several of them begin to move towards Onru, only to be dispatched by weapon fire from Irantu. As she reaches the manual control panel of the machine, Onru inputs the information provided to her by members of Dr. Scott's team. Lights around the room illuminate, exposing an enormous, vastly complicated machine that encompasses the entire back wall of the room. More and more hostile entities peel off towards Onru, who pauses to open fire on those who come too close. From beneath the room there's another disturbance, and the floor in the middle of the room falls away. Another long black entity emerges from the hole in the floor, and long tendrils snake towards Onru. From behind Irantu comes gunfire, and the entire AP3 team has emerged from the door and begun firing at the entity. The creature recoils, black fluid spilling from gunshot wounds. The tendrils whip around towards them, gripping Vigo and tossing him into the air. He strikes the wall and his body falls to the ground, where the first black entity grabs at it with a tendril and pulls it into his mouth. Suddenly, small black leeches begin to pour from the hole in the floor, and move quickly towards Irantu. Houston and Harlow open fire on the leeches, and Ross moves to pull Irantu away from the hole. As he does, he tosses an incendiary grenade into the hole and pulls Irantu to the ground. There is an explosion and flame erupts from around the black entity, which rears back and flails before collapsing into the hole. From deep below them, the group can hear a very loud screaming sound, and suddenly the entire room is shaking. The other black entity retracts into its hole, collapsing the wall behind it as it does. The remaining creatures from the ceiling are dispatched by the AP3 and Z9 teams. As they do, and the rooms begin to shake more violently, several lights affixed to the machine in the back begin to flash and then dim, and the sound of something winding down is heard over the gunfire. Ross, fuck! God damn it, Vigo, fuck! Onru approaches from across the room. Onru, the loss of Vigo is disappointing. I am sorry. We don't have a substantial amount of time to grieve. We must keep moving. Onru, Ross, Houston, Harlow and Irantu leave from the chamber. More rumbling is felt beneath them, and occasionally loud screeching sounds punctuate the machine noise from this section of the facility. They reach a stairwell and Houston throws the door open. Houston, whoa, fuck, what? Irantu, what's the matter? Houston, there's nothing here. The door just opens up into nothing. It's just dark as far down as I can see. Onru, it's likely that disabling the thresher device has altered our previous escape route. We need to devise another path to the surface. Irantu, yes, one moment. Mumru, where are you? Mumru, difficult to say, unfortunately. Have you powered down the machine? Iranu, we just did. Mumru, fine timing then. We were being pursued by a creature, then suddenly there was a wall there where the creature had been. Local topography appears to have reset itself. Irantu, stay in one place. We will come find you. Our escape begins now. Mumru, fantastic. The main group leaves the empty stairwell and turns back down the hallway they came through. Passing by the thresher access hallway again, they turn and begin to climb another staircase. As they reach the top, Irantu pauses. The hallway in front of them is covered with ankle-high water. As they begin to move slowly through the water, one of the researchers behind them screams. Irantu, what is it? Researcher, bodies, look. Just below the surface of the water, pale human corpses are visible, appearing to be floating roughly half a metre down. Onru, do not attempt to look at them. You do not recognise them. Move quickly, move on. Now I know why Pokey wanted me to read the you do not recognise the bodies in the water before doing this. Now I see that link. The team hurries from the hallway towards another set of doors at the end, where written on the walls are the words, what happened to Site 13, with the words, what, covered by the word Emerson, and the words, have we become blasphemous, beneath that. The group proceeds without incident for a short while longer, slowly ascending as safe routes become available. After roughly 8 minutes of travel, the group enters a large mechanical garage, where several pieces of large machinery sit in various states of repair. They pause to secure one of the injured survivors, where Onru attempts to devise a new route. Suddenly, a loud banging sound is heard, and a piece of machinery flies across the room, narrowly missing Ross, who shouts, Ross, whoa, fuck, where'd that come from? In the corner of the room, a stack of mechanical parts is seen moving, rising up and self-assembling into a quasi-humanoid entity. Attached to the top of a large mechanical construct is a small, crudely constructed toy robot. The entity begins to move towards them, and a voice is heard from an unknown source of the entity. I am reborn to breathe destruction upon this fetid earth. Pitiful humans, you will feel the dark sting of my never-ending torment. The small robot on top of the construct is seen waving its arms wildly. Irantu, this is annoying. Onru, get these people out. Ross, to me. I am the herald of your destruction. Embrace death. Irantu, Ross, Houston, and Ahalo open up on the entity. To little effect, the entity lifts another large piece of equipment and throws it towards the group, missing them wide. Ahalo throws a fragmentary grenade at the entity, which it catches in one's outstretched hand and grips tightly. The grenade explodes, shattering the creature's hand and causing it to stagger sideways. How dare you! I will tread upon you like... Onru is seen sprinting towards the entity. As she approaches it, she leaps into the air, sailing over the top of it in a tall arc. As she reaches the top of the arc, she reaches out and grabs the small toy robot on top of the construct, causing it to collapse. As she flips forward to the ground, she tosses the robot towards the wall. No! I am the Harbinger! I am! The toy robot strikes the wall and is shattered. Mumru, Irantu, is that you? We just heard something crashing. Irantu, you must be near. Stay where you are. We're en route. The group moves out of the garage and towards a larger atrium section. From around the corner comes Mumru and Nanku. Mumru appears to have sustained burns to his lower body, but is otherwise undamaged. Nanku is missing the lower half of her jaw, and black fluid covers the front of her bodysuit. She waves with her remaining hand as the group approaches. Onru, you look well. Mumru, admittedly morale has increased in the group since Nanku found herself unable to talk. Nanku points at Mumru with a flamethrower, seemingly forgetting she's missing an arm on that side. Realising this, she makes an obscene gesture towards Mumru with her remaining hand. Hollis, this is a cute reunion, but let's get back to this shit. How far are we from the entrance? Mumru, this is a main atrium. If we follow this hallway here, we will lead towards a processing station, and past that we should find access points to the surface. Hollis, exceptional. Let's get out then. And from below them, there's a very loud crashing sound and more screaming. The floor beneath the ground, the group begins to buckle. Hollis, fuck, run! The group flees towards the hallway Munro had identified, but stopped where the floor there also collapses. A plume of smoke erupts from the destroyed floor, and one researcher slips on the collapsed ground and slides into it. Onru leaves the ground up away from the atrium as the floor there completely collapses. Erantu stops to turn back and look down the hole. Beneath the hole is an incredibly large chamber, appearing to have been dug through dozens of layers of subterranean floors. Within the chamber are many small lights around the outside, and the bottom is a massive black mass, with several other large black masses extending from it. As he is pulled away, Erantu sees red eyes open across the entire mass of the creature, and hears more screaming. The group flees down a side hallway, but are pursued by long-backed tendrils snaking out of the hole. Ross and Houston open fire on the tendrils, holding them momentarily, but they are quickly replaced by more. Moros is seen slipping on a patch of black fluid and falling, before being consumed by the ends of one of the tendrils. There are sounds of metal crashing, and rock and concrete begin crushed as the structure around them heaves violently. Black leeches begin to pour out of the wall around them, and Nanku opens up a flamethrower at them. They round a corner to find a dead end, and turning back are confronted with another black tendril that's burst through a hole in the wall. Samsara is so blasé by the injuries. I was like, team morale seems to have improved since Nanku's lost the ability to talk. Oh, hello. Holy fuck, we're trapped. This is it. This is it. Holy fuck. Arantu. Onru, we need a way out. Onru, I'm having difficulty. Gunfire. Hollis, wait, I have an idea. I think I know where we are. I have an idea. Come on, you fuckers, we're not dying here. The group follows Hollis towards the descending stairwell and moves quickly down it. Hollis turns an incendiary grenade towards the encroaching tentacles and slams the door shut behind her as it explodes. The screams from now below them intensify as they descend, and the stairwell begins to shake. Holes in the stairwell open and more leeches begin to pour out of them. All task force members open fire as long tendrils snake through the holes as well. Upon reaching a landing, Hollis motions the group in the door. Hollis, here, in here, go, go, go! The group enters the hallway and sprints towards the other end. As they do, they pass a sign on the wall that reads, Stairs to Cryonics. Mumru notices as they pass. Mumru, Captain Hollis, what are you doing? Hollis, you're going to have to trust me here, Blue Ranger. I've been doing this a long time. Mumru, okay, I think this will work. The group exits the hallway into a large observation section, passing many large windows with blast protectors down across them. The team stops in front of one window, overlooking a massive chamber lined with huge steel doors. Overhead are the words Olympia-class testing observation. Arantu, Hollis, what do you have in mind? Hollis, call it a hunch. We need to get downstairs. Come on. The group runs towards the stairwell at the end of the room and quickly descend to the main level of the wing. As they exit onto the floor of the Olympia-class containment chamber, the walls behind them begin to buckle and leeches begin to pour out of it. Hollis, Pink Ranger, that panel over there. You need to get that door open. Onru, what? Hollis, I said open the goddamn door. Hurry, what the fuck are you waiting for? Go! Onru runs towards the control panel near one of the tall steel doors. The wall behind them continues to buckle. Hollis, Mumru, that one. Get that one open too. Mumru, yes, absolutely. Mumru attempts to access door controls. Hollis turns towards the group. Captain Hollis and Ripley's ancestor in another universe. Yep. Hollis, everyone else, listen to me. You civilians need to get to the far end of this room as far as it goes. Just keep running. There's an access point to the power station above this part of the facility. You need to just keep climbing until you get there. Once you're there, you'll need to blow a wall. That will get you out. But you need to hurry. Shit is about to pop off in a pretty major way down here. Ross, you and your boys just fire at anything that comes out of that wall. I'll tell you when we can go. Irantu, you stay with me. This is going to get pretty messy. Irantu, understood. Hollis, alright. Fucking go, come on! The group flees down the main passageway through the chamber, away from the buckling wall. Behind them, the wall finally gives way, and a gargantuan, black, slick entity pours onto the chamber. It is at least 200 meters in height, covered in black tendrils and dark red eyes. When it sees the group, it opens a massive mouth full of rows of long yellow teeth. In the centre of the mouth, a naked human woman is visibly conjoined in some way to a sort of prehensile tongue within the creature. As it opens its mouth, it lets out a piercing scream and begins to move towards the group. Every available task force member opens fire on the creature, emptying their remaining magazines and throwing every possible incendiary weapon towards it. The creature is deterred slightly, but for every place it is pierced by weapons fire, black fluid and more black leeches begin to pour from its body. Several long tendrils begin to snake towards the group of task force members. Onru, I have it, Captain Hollis. Hollis, come on then, girl, throw the fucking thing. Onru steps away from the control panel and runs back towards the group in the middle of the chamber, as loud groaning is heard behind her. The rest of the team sees the huge metal doors begin to slide open. A thick cloud of ice-cold fog rolls out of the chamber, obscuring the interior from view. Ross, what's in there? Hollis, Mumru, you got yours? Mumru, hang on. Yeah, I think that'll do. Suddenly, the door behind Mumru begins to glow bright red, then white, then the centre of it buckles and the door collapses. As Mumru hurries away, a colossal, motionless, flaming humanoid entity floats out of the chamber. In its unmoving hand is a huge sword. As it exits the collapsed doorway, enormous flaming wings unfurl from its back. The black creature screams as its tendrils begin to lash at the creature. As the tendrils come close, long streaks of fire erupt from the sword towards them, rupturing them and sending black fluid and scorched leeches flying across the room. The massive black creature screams, and dozens of other tendrils fly towards the flaming humanoid. As the two engage, there is another sound, like a long whining, and then suddenly the room is silent. From in the cold, foggy room, a towering, vaguely silver creature steps out into the main chamber. It is composed of a body covered in green light and a cream-coloured hair, a long thin neck ending in a hairless, somewhat humanoid face, and vast intertwined white and black antlers that pulse with streaks of blue light. Floating above its head are 9 concentric rings of glowing, rotating crystal and metallic spheres. Simon the Angel? I think so. The creature slowly steps out of the containment cell and turns to look at the team on the ground below. It opens its mouth and a long, droning sound is heard through the room. Around its body, several large metallic cylindrical structures appear, followed by a distant cracking sound. It begins to step towards the team of the task force members, but is struck from behind by 3 black tendrils that wrap around its neck. The creature lets out another drone, and suddenly the sound returns to the chamber as long streaks of fire arc across the space. The cylindrical constructs turn lengthwise and speed across the room towards the black creature, striking it in its central mass. From all around the Servine entity, more and more metallic spheres appear and fly towards both black creature and the flaming humanoid, which in turn begin to attack each other. Hollis, fucking yes! Go get him, big guy! To the team, time to fucking go, kids, let's go! The team begins to sprint after the group of civilians towards the far wall as jets of fire strike the ground around them. Nanku catches the end of a dismembered black tendril in her shoulder, throwing her off balance. She falls to the ground, firing openly with her weapon as she is engulfed in fire. Houston pauses briefly to turn towards her, but is grabbed by Irantu. Irantu, we do not have time. As they near the group of survivors, all of whom who are huddled near an exit door at the end of the chamber, there's a crashing sound. They turn to see the Servine entity standing up from where it had been thrown across the room. The black creature whips out as more metallic spheres appear and arc back towards it. There's an eruption of fire as the flaming humanoid is struck by another several tendrils, which try to pull the humanoid towards the mouth of the black entity. The team reaches the survivors and quickly exit through the door. The group begins to quickly ascend from the staircase within. Hollis, alright, just like I said, up. We need to go up. Over. A long, thin metallic cylinder crashes through the wall of the stairwell, narrowly missing one of the researchers and Dr. Scott. A second cylinder comes through the wall, striking Irantu and obliterating him as it contacts the wall behind him. As the group continues to ascend, fire fills the stairwell below them, and another loud droning sound can be heard, followed by silence, and then followed by a thick bursting sound that shakes the entire facility. The group reaches the landing and begins to move towards another staircase at the end of the hallway. Z9 Hollis hangs behind. Munro, what are you doing? Hollis, giving you some more time, and something else, I think. Get these people out of here. Go. Munro, I can stay behind Hollis. Your life is finite. Hollis, yeah, I get the spiel, Power Ranger, but right now you need to get those people out of here. Let me do my thing, alright? I'll catch up with you later. Munro, I understand. Good looking out, Hollis. Hollis, you almost sound like a person there for a second, Munro. Hollis runs away from the group. Munro catches up to the rest of the group, who reach another staircase and begin to ascend. For the next 10 minutes, the group continues to ascend through the facility, several times narrowly avoiding debris and falling rubble as the lower levels of the site begin to collapse. The sounds of the entities below continue to be heard, and several times the creatures become visible through large gaps in the wall of floors. At one point, Ross catches sight of the unmoving flaming humanoid, nearly completely covered in metal as long streaks of fire burst out through the open seams in its encasement. Shortly afterwards, there is a 2-minute break in all video footage, followed by the shot of the head of the Servine creature smashing through a wall in front of the group. As they turn to run away from it, the head turns towards them, and 2 researchers are instantly transmuted into hexagonal columns of an unknown yellow-green material. After a short time longer, Ross picks up a signal from Site Command. Command, Team Lead, this is Command. Do you read us? Ross, holy fuck, yes, yeah I do. Do you hear me? Command, we do. You've appeared on our geolocating systems, Ross. You're not far from the exit. Where is Captain Hollis and Irantu? Ross, Irantu's dead. Hollis, she ran off a while back. We haven't seen her since then. Command, understood. What about the rest? Ross, we've suffered some casualties. Fuck, we lost a few of the civilians. And Vigo and a few of the others. It's really bad in here right now. Command, we're going to need all the help we get. Munro, where's Onru? Munro, she was behind us. Where is she? Command, don't worry about that now. We're marking the extraction point on your visor. The extraction team is waiting for you there. We're going to get you all out. The group hurries towards the extraction point as the site continues to collapse around them. Above ground, aerial surveillance captures footage of large sections of the site sliding into the ground and smoke beginning to billow from the power station and nearby mechanical facilities. Jets of flames have become visible as the earth beneath 1730 began to give way. Mobile Task Force Alpha 20 Holy Divers enters the site near the crumbling power station. The group of survivors comes into view and are immediately moved towards the access point and then away from the site by members of Alpha 20. As the rest of the task force members are pulled away from the site, a separate transmission reaches Site Command originating from Onru. Onru and Hollis are standing in front of the thresher device, which roars with activity behind them. They are firing their weapons at an encroaching black mass in front of them, which is punctured by streaks of fire. In the background, the Servine entity can be seen tearing through black tendrils with its antlers, as long rods of flaming metal streak across the room towards the black entity. Hollis turns towards the camera and is visibly laughing, firing her weapon openly. She has removed her helmet. The hum of the machine behind them grows noticeably louder, eventually overtaking all other sounds in the room. Streaks of electricity arc across the ceiling above them. She smiles and turns towards Onru, who looks down to find her torso has been destroyed by a jet of flame. As Omru slumps to the side, the last shot is of Z9 Hollis, laughing hysterically and wildly firing her weapon as an enormous machine in behind her begins to glow bright white. There's a flash, and the transmission ends. Outside, as Alpha 20 continues to move 1730 researchers and personnel to safety, there's a deafening crackling sound, and a loud hum fills the air. The area around the site begins to visibly distort, as if being seen through water, then suddenly SCP-1730 is gone. In its place is an immense crater, over 1 kilometre in diameter. No other transmissions are received from within the site. No other anomalous activity is detected. End log. Note, in the wake of events detailed in this log, 1730 has been reclassified as neutralised. Further investigation is ongoing. Debriefing reports will become available as soon as they are declassified. The last set of logs. Addendum 1730.10, Extraction Mission Debriefing Report. Debrief Interview 1. Debrief Interview, date redacted. Interviewee, Captain Ephraim Ross, Mobile Task Force Apollo 3 Game Warden's Team Lead. Interviewer, Dr. Vincent. Notes, the following is an audio transcript excerpt of an interview conducted by the Provisional Site 23 personnel regarding SCP-1730. The information contained in this file is unconfirmed and under further review. For the full file, please contact the Information and Records Administrator at Site 17. Begin log. Vincent, please state your name for the transcript. Captain Ephraim Ross, Mobile Task Force Apollo 3 Game Wardens. Thank you, Captain Ross. Alright, let's see. Your team was directed to infiltrate 1730 and search for the support source of the radio signal we're receiving. Is that correct? It is. Tell me about your initial incursion. You've listened to the logs? I haven't myself, no. They're still being processed. It wasn't good in there. Best I can tell, wherever Site 13 came from, they were using it as a sort of end-of-time processing facility. Every so often we'd see placards on these containment cells about how certain things were due for termination. Judging by what the Samsara team saw, that was about the case. They were bringing in anomalies, doing some invasive investigations to them, and destroying them. What sort of anomalies were being housed there, could you tell? I mean, shit, it was really hard to tell. Somewhere along the line the power had gone out, and it got all Jurassic Park in there. Of just what we encountered, there was some kind of encroaching blackness that fucked up Houston's legs, and... Have you seen Houston? Is he alright? He's being looked at by medical right now. We're going to bring him over soon. I think he's probably alright. That's good. Yeah, I mean, other than that, there's also this thing. I don't know if it was a person or not, but it sort of bent space around it. And Noah, it's okay, no, this needs to be done. We took some losses on all the teams. It was bad. Based on what we saw at the end, it could have gotten a lot worse too. At the end? You didn't see it? No, you haven't seen the video. They had these cells down below the site. They must have been the size of a football stadium each. Hollis had them open up a few of them so we could make our retreat. And the things inside, one of them looked at me like I might look at an ant. It was like a god, and they had them in boxes. I counted 20 of those cells, but that chamber went on a lot further than I could see. What were they keeping those? How were they keeping in there? End log. Debrief Interview 2. Date redacted. Interviewee Agent Liam Ahalo, Mobile Task Force Apollo 3 Game Wardens. Interviewer Dr. Vincent. Following this audio transcript except for an interview conducted by Provisional Site 23 personnel regarding 1730. The information contained in this file is unconfirmed and is under further review. For the full file, please contact the information in Let's go. Everything alright, Tyrion? Oh, right, fair. Begin log. Alright, if you could please state your name for the official transcript. Agent Ahalo. Is there something? We should have died in there. This isn't real. This isn't real. We were supposed to die in there. Agent, we really have to file this report. If you could just cooperate with me for a moment so I could get your official testimony. We have counsellors on site who you can speak to afterwards. Ahalo. End log. Debrief Interview 3. Interviewee, Arantu, Mobile Task Force Tau 5 Samsara Team Lead. Interviewer, Dr. Isha St. Clair. Note, the following is an audio transcript of an interview conducted by a member of the Mobile Task Force Tau 5 research team regarding SCP-1730. Information contained found unconfirmed under further review. For the view file, please contact the Information Records Administrator, Site 13. Begin log. State your name for the record, please. I am Arantu, leader of Mobile Task Force Tau 5 Samsara. In your own words, please describe the events that took place while you were within SCP-1730. Save the hydration reminder, Whitman. Of course. The Tower 5 team inserted into SCP-1730 and began to move towards the source of the broadcast. En route was able to track the location of the survivors and plotted a course toward them that will expose us to the fewest spatial hazards possible. Several times our course had to be adjusted due to unforeseen obstacles, but nothing that we were not able to overcome. Shortly after our interview with Captain Hollis and the survivors, our extraction efforts led us through the section of the facility containing the threshold machine, which we believe is what resulted in SCP-1730's existence within our universe. Shortly thereafter, during our retreat, I was terminated. I see. As for Agent Moros, Vigo and the others, they were also terminated. Terminated? Expired. Succumbed to their injuries. I know what it means, Rantu. I can't help but feel as if you feel good about this. I feel neither good nor bad, not only satisfied at its outcome. What? Our extraction mission was a success. With minimal loss of life, our team was able to infiltrate an extremely hazardous and volatile spatial anomaly and extract several high-value persons of interest. I do not know what else you'd like me to say. We were exposed to a number of dangerous anomalies and we were able to successfully carry out our mission. There were regrettable losses of capable and experienced personnel, but not outside of our margin of error. On the contrary, our team performed better than our preliminary models predicted. I see. Thank you, Oranto. I will be sure to include your remarks in the report. You are welcome. As is requested by Cooperative Mission Protocol, I would like the opportunity to brief with Zeta 9 Captain Hollis. Captain Hollis was killed in an SCP-1730. Irantu. Regrettable. Captain Hollis expressed great resilience in the face of near-certain failure. As protocol dictates, I will file my report instead with Captain Hollis' assigned Site Administrator Office. Thank you for your time, Doctor. End log. Thank you for the hydration reminder as well, DJ. She had me to do so I went to get the thermometer and came back to her saying that. It's a case you poor kids which filling some. We're going to investigate the quotes there, spelling. Next log, Medex 1. Medical examination interview. Interviewee, Agent Cotter Houston. Mobile Task Force Apollo 3, Game Wardens. Interviewer, Dr. Ian Harris. Subject, Dr. Cotter Houston. Begin log. Alright, first off, I need your name for our logs. Sure, I'm Cotter Houston, member of the Apollo 3 team. Good, good. Now, Agent Houston, describe to me your affliction here, as much as you can. Well, I'm sure it's pretty clear, but I don't seem to have shins anymore. There's a line where the thing that covered them came up to, and you can sort of see this. You can sort of see the inside of the leg there, like it's been replaced with a flat piece of glass or something. But I can still, I can still walk. It doesn't really feel like I'm missing anything down there. It just looks like it, and you can sort of run your hand through where they should be, obviously, but because they're not there. But I don't feel that either. So yeah, I see. Just working with 9 by down, and naps and get stuff done. Good to hear it. What can you tell me about this material you said you stepped in? Fell in, actually. Or rather, I tripped and it sort of just kept coming. It was shit. We opened the door and it looked like there wasn't anything on the other side of it. And it started to rise through the door and up the stairwell. You ever play video games? It was like sort of some graphical glitch. It wasn't rising fast or anything, just steady. We eventually got to a door, but after that I fell and, then this. Is you working? No, you're misspelling it. You both misspelled it. You both misspelled quote. It is working, you just misspelled it. I know, Torian coming up with quote, what? Can you tell me anything about this initial sensation? Initial sensation? Did it hurt? Oh, no. I mean, I didn't realise what was happening at first. Everyone else was panicking, and I looked down and saw they were gone, and I started panicking, but, I mean, obviously I was alright. It never hurt, no. It just feels normal. Well, not normal. It's obviously weird, and my legs are missing. I think I might be in shock, but every now and then I can feel something sort of brushing past them. Brush past them. Yeah, I mean, the parts that are missing down there, I thought I was imagining it at first, like guys who have phantom pain, but I can actually feel my legs, so I don't think it's that. It's like there's something sort of furry and kind of wet, that just barely brushes past them. Who knows? More random quotes. I can upgrade my, oh shit, search for a place to see on neon shit. Debrief interview number 4. We're almost there. We've got 4, 5, and 6 to do, and then we're done. And then DJ getting the quote that shall not be named. Mission debrief interview. Interviewee, Munro, Mobile Task Force Tower 5, Samsara. Interviewer, Captain Elliot O'Neill, Mobile Task Force D25, Time Cops. God, Time Cops. Thank you for the hydration reminder, Torian. He said one universe's legs went to another, pretty much. Begin log. When did you lose track of Captain Hollis? It was in the Chaos Hour retreat. Captain Hollis was separated from us. I do not know when. Munro, your camera was undamaged. We know you spoke to her before she left. Damn. I'm not very good at that. Why didn't you keep her from leaving your group? I only knew Captain Hollis for a handful of hours, but in that time she proved to be an experienced and capable agent. I assume that any decision she would make in regards to her own personal behaviour would be made with her experiences and training in mind, both of which exceeded my own. Additionally, she outranked me. Your mission parameters forbade you from allowing other team members from putting themselves in harm's way, and required that you do everything you could to mitigate loss of life. How do you reconcile your actions with these requirements? Technically speaking, nothing I did allowed Captain Hollis to put herself in danger. I could not foresee the outcome of her actions, and used my best judgment to justify my own. For all I knew, she could have been moving to a safe location. Fairy kind of well, he's gone to a fairy convention in wealthy aftermath. Oh my god. She must be up the blissful. Yeah. If I come down you. He goes to defend them. Away from the group. It would be illogical to assume that an agent with her level of experience would perfectly endanger herself in an unpredictable situation. And you believe your justifications are acceptable interpretation of your mission protocols? Of course. Very well, when you return to holding, you'll be meeting with Aran to discuss this. I hope your argument holds up. As do I. End log. Interview 5. Interviewee Onru. Mobile Task Force Tower 5 Samsara. Interviewer Dr. Darian Arnold. Begin log. Why did you pursue Captain Hollis? I believed I understood Captain Hollis' intention before she left the group. Based on her discussions with the team leads before we began our extraction, I feared that she might have not been capable of returning along our previous course without my assistance. Your recording equipment went dark for a long period before becoming active again in the Thresher area. What happened during that time? Onru, I'm going to need an answer. Some of the questions you could true earlier. It's been so long, I've got nearly 1,000 points just during it. Yeah, like this SCP has been going on for over an hour and a half on its own. I just stayed with the equipment. There was a room we passed through that was different than it had been before. It was a server room above the Olympus Containment. I not know how our path ended there, but I not intended it to. It was a mistake. When we entered, it was on the room it had been. But what do you mean? I'm sorry. It was difficult to describe. When we entered the floor, I could see the servers around me, but superimposed over them was... We were standing on a precipice, overlooking an area the size of which I can't estimate. Below us were humans, screaming, their arms ending at the wrists, crying to the silent sky for restitution. And then... the sky burned. It was like a star had fallen. I had to look away. Hollis could not. When I turned back, I could see scorched corpses on the ground, billions of them, but billions of other living beings who came rushing towards the fallen star with their arms outstretched, and hanging in the star like a twisted marionette was. At Site 13. They called it Maladragoon. In this place, they called it another name. A hateful name. Why did you disable your recording equipment? When I first encountered this entity, it created enormous metric and cognitive hazards powerful enough to burn the scramble units out of my eyes. I do not know what it would have done to anyone who was not otherwise protected. What did it do to you? It showed us things. Visions. Calls of fire in a sky made of light with a storm of souls. A hole at the centre of the universe that screamed at me. A god of nightmares, something long and lean, slowly walking between endless rows of crucifixions. And then, it showed something to Hollis that I did not see. When it did, the runes across its head began to burn and pulse. And the man who was strapped there began to blister and fester. When it was done, I saw an ocean behind it, and a blue sky. Our sky. It turned towards the ocean and sank into it. When it was gone, the visions faded and the room was empty. I see. After that, Hollis ran. I followed her. She said nothing until we reached the machine. She told me that she had been there alone for some time. She said she knew how to turn it on. She said that she didn't know where she would go, but she needed to take the things she saw and bury them in the darkness. Before she could start the machine, the creatures from the containment cells came into that chamber, and I was terminated. Did Captain Hollis say anything to you before you die? No. She only laughed and wept. Yes, yeah, boost jump points. Yes. It's a, if you have a tier 3 sub, you get that's the double boost. Okay, final log. Oh, this is a big un. It is quite a big un, but it's the final one. Mission debrief interview. Interviewee: Dr. Mohammed Scott, Site 13 Assistant Director of Temporal Studies. Interviewer: Dr. William Vesterland. Begin log. Please state your name for the record. My name is Dr. Mohammed Scott. You seem to be a little out of place, Dr. Scott. Only a little. Our two timelines not so different, I think. Except for that one thing. Yeah, there is that. Tell me about Site 13. Site 13, do you want the brief version or as thorough as you can be? Very well. Originally, there were plans to build a large containment facility in the American Midwest, but that was before... let me back up. In 1964, the Foundation discovered a massive Dead Sea creature washed up on the shore near the Indian-Bangladeshi border. No facility in the region had the kind of infrastructure it took to hold the body of this entity, let alone study it. So several ships were dispatched out and it was dragged through the ocean back in towards the United States. Prior to this, the plan was to build Site 19 in the American Midwest, but afterwards it was decided there was no way to conceal a creature of this size and shuttle across the US mainland. So after some deliberation, the Site 19 plans were scrapped and the focus was given to another facility near Nome, Alaska. That was Site 13. Even in the beginning it was massive. Excuse me. Considerably larger than any other site the Foundation managed, and it quickly became our premier containment facility. It was remote, fortified, and best of all, easily concealed in the snow and ice. After the Soviet Union collapsed in '85, we learned that it didn't even know Site 13 existed, and let alone where it was. I see. When did you join the Foundation, Dr. Scott? Oh, in '76. I joined straight out of university, recruited by one of the administrators at my school. That was back when we were still independent. I worked at Site 22 in Bermuda. Best job I've ever had. Oh, it was a much different Foundation. Tell me about what happened to the Foundation. Site 13 was very expensive to operate, and there were some financial difficulties. In 1994, a Marxist extremist from the Ukraine detonated a bomb in the basement of Manchester Financial Tower in Chicago. The Willis Tower, formerly Sears Tower, as a footnote. A fire started at the base of the building, and eventually the tower collapsed at its base and fell over on its side. Thousands died. The United States government was enraged at the Foundation after it was discovered that the extremists in question had used an anomaly to enter the basement to get past security. That was the billions of dollars that the United States were funneling to the Foundation were being wasted. After the 1996 election, President Dole decided to cut all funding for Foundation sites in the States. All available funding went to keeping those sites afloat, and with the way to Site 13, the situation was dire. So, what happened? A compromise. Former Dole staffer named Paul Manafort was appointed as Secretary General of the Global Occult Coalition. He came to us with a solution. We group our resources with coalitions, combining our efforts to protect normalcy under the leadership. We would keep our name and our sites, but directors were appointed by the UN Security Council. We would once again receive funding from the United States, as well as the generated by the United Nations. And we would be able to keep the lights on. But the Overseer Council refused. They hunkered down at Overwatch Command and refused to bend the knee. Then a few years later, a site in Portland, Oregon, collapsed due to crumbling infrastructure, and a creature we called the Dream Whale was spotted floating down the California coast. This was very early internet days, but that didn't stop film cameras, and it was a disaster. The Overseers mobilised all of our task forces in the area, but we didn't even have the money for the amnestics. In a day it would be over in San Francisco, and that would basically be the end of it. And we got an internet email from the Overseer Council that had been disbanded, and the Foundation was now under the operation of the GOC. Secretary General Manafort and Secretary Council established a new board of directors overnight, and before sun rose, the Dream Whale was recontained and every loose end was tied up. Guess the pizza delivery Srian's alarm was allowed to wait until next time and sold the Crazy Macho Man on the Moon. I've done pizza delivery speedrun. I know I've read that one before, but this was supposed to end over an hour ago. I was supposed to end the stream over an hour ago. Well, about an hour ago. Yeah, I'm very certain that I've read it. I'm very certain that I've read out Pizza Delivery Speedrun. Nobody resisted the change in leadership? Why would we? We suddenly had money. We were suddenly no longer having to decide between taking notes in the back of our hands and not taking them at all. Secretary General Manafort installed a new Foundation administrator, Vice President Jack Kemp, but he was little more than figurehead. New directors were appointed, most of them from our own staff, so it looked good, honestly. We were finally able to carry out our mission, so it's fullest. We had technology, we had personnel, it was wonderful. And then we started to hear about people being reassigned, anomalies being shipped off site and then returning. You'd hear people talk about, oh, so-and-so's in trouble now, they're going to be sent to Site 13. I thought most of it was just talk, and then I was reassigned in 2003. You put it now? Yeah, fair. I mean, to be fair, if I have read it before and you put it in, I've got my list of SCPs that I've read that I can check it against. Let me just... What was it like? Cold. Site 13 was immense and the lights stayed on, but that facility was always cold. They were always working on the site, more and more construction underground. They kept leaving exterior doors open. At first it wasn't so bad. I was able to keep doing my research and I had more fun than ever. Temporal spatial studies, you know. The director then was Jack Bright. Oh! Well, that's why Dr. Bright's there. Fuck! One of the old doctors from back in the day. Very charismatic. The staff loved him. He had a medallion he wore, some anomaly from way back that made him immortal. So long as he had it on, he wouldn't age. Anyway, things were great for a few years. Then one day, another popular doctor was found dead in her office. Cynthia Light. Story we get is that Bright had fancied her, but when he found she was with another man, he went and killed her in a fit of passion. Bright is suddenly locked up, and Elliot Emerson is installed as director of Site 13. What's that? Emerson was one of Bright's research teams when he was assigned to Site 15. He wasn't a popular doctor, but he was a good administrator and helped make sure that the important projects stayed afloat during the financial crisis. He was on the shortlist of people to become the director of Site 13 after the reorganisation, but Bright got picked over him. Some people said he felt slighted, a lot of people said he was framed. He framed Bright. I think Manafort didn't like Bright's anti-coalition sentiments, had him made out to be some dangerous anomaly that had to be contained. Then put Emerson up because nobody would complain about Emerson. He was very middle of the road, didn't stand out much. Elliot ended up doing some terrible things. I truly believe he's only doing them because Manafort demanded it. Must have been the goofy Bright that won on the list. The true reason everything Site 13 went to shit, yeah. What kind of terrible things? I didn't say much until years later, but we always heard about things happening deeper below the site. They were building all the new containment cells and research facilities. Then they built the incinerator. Originally it was made so we could just dispose of the body of that sea monster from before, but they just started using it for everything. At first they were doing some invasive testing on enormous animals, then on humans, then the vivisections began. The ethics committee tried to step in, but they were removed. They dragged the old chairman Jeremiah Cimarron out into the commons at Site 17 and shot him in the head for being a traitor. Peter Grenwell became the new Foundation GOC ethics head. Excuse me. And of course all new tests were approved. I don't know what they were testing for, but if you were anomalous and you weren't found to have it, you went into the body pit. We keep hearing, it's for the greater good, it's for the protection of mankind. What were we supposed to do? Speak out and end up like Cimarron? Maybe for a braver man. But I knew the work I was doing was good, so I kept my head down and carried on. Then, well, sounds silly now. In 2010 we contained God. Not just any God either, the Abrahamic God. The actual thunder and lightning, YHYW, fire and brimstone God. I don't know how they managed it. Some technology developed by the Coalition, I'm sure. And that was just the first. They filled Site 13 to the brim with everything they get their hands on. Wow, that is a lot. Guess the only other question I have immediately is, what happened to Site 13? There is what I would call that a big ass warning sign. Yep. What the fuck did I just watch? Vera Hadley, Director of Internal Medicine, from some site in Italy. A few years she was the site's chief biologist. Security Council made her the Assistant Director of Anomalous Biology at the same time I was promoted to the same position for temporal studies. She and Element had been together, and she pretty adamantly opposed everything he was making us do. Elliot had kept his tail between his legs, but Manafort wouldn't have it. He had her stripped of her position after just 3 months and demoted to junior researcher after that. One night after staging some kind of demonstration, some guards showed up and, well, they stripped her naked inspector from contraband, right in the middle of the main corridor. Where they were done satisfied, they nearly beat her to death and left her there. Myself and a few other doctors took her to the medical centre and she recovered, but she never really recovered. Something inside her had died or been replaced with something else. She did something, hatched some scheme. She sent me an email about it. The night before she did it, didn't pay any attention. When it happened, and when that thing attacked the site, Emerson came and begged me to turn on the thresher. It was supposed to be an absolutely last-ditch effort to protect the world, a wholly untested piece of technology that was just as likely to have burned the world than saved it. Its entire existence was the result of a joke, one that I might have taken too seriously at the time. But either way, I refused. Told him the risk was too great. It even worked. They just created a problem for another world. He was inconsolable. He told me that staying and facing the Secretary General would be a fate worse than death. He pulled a gun on me. Demanding I do it. I fled. Went to gather my team in hopes I could escape. Before we could leave our lab, it happened. You're right. Yeah, the thresher was a complicated machine. I guess I should count myself lucky that we survived at all, but We may very well have been in that strange space between worlds for 1,000 years. When we awoke, we were still in Site 13. The cells were thrown open, the inmates were loose. If you had not come down for us, we would have died. I'm certain of this. Do you know where Site 13's gone? There's no way to protect it. Chances are it will be a place like this, but then it may not. It can be any number of strange unknown worlds. You knew someone was left within. I do. As do I. We're not the only survivors, though there were not many of us. They're not fare as well as we did. It's a tragedy, but there's nothing that can be done now. I only hope, maybe. I hope is after all this, Emerson has found some peace. He truly was a great doctor. He was my friend. Of course. Thank you for your time, Dr. Scott. We'll speak again soon. End log. And that's the end of it. Oh god, that was lengthy. That was real lengthy. But we're through. So yeah, that's where I'm going to be ending the stream. Thank you all very much for coming along. It's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed it. I always enjoy the SCP streams. Really, really do. And thank you for a farewell hydration, Torian. Next stream from me is going to be tomorrow at 4 PM BST, where I'm going to be going back to Near Replicant. And that said, I actually should probably check my garden in it. Yeah, really, definitely should check that. I want to lose those seeds. In fact, actually, I'll pop that up. And oh no, I just got rid of it. You know what? I'll just bring up that. But yeah, next stream featuring me might be tonight at 10 PM BST, so in about 2 hours' time. Although we'll see, because I really need to eat something and to get something proper to drink. Because there'll be Lex's usual thing where they play games with friends, and I've not spoken to them about what's going on with it, so we'll see on that one. But until next time, thank you again all for coming along. It's been a lot of fun, and thank you all for your support. It's always greatly appreciated. But until next time I see you all, have yourselves a good evening, a good day, a good night, a good morning, a good afternoon. Whatever time is for you. Until next time, stay safe and see you later. Bye bye.